think Andy needs to have like an intro.
Look, man.
Or
Look, I'm still new to this. I've been doing this shit for like a year and a half, 2 years. I'm still new to this. You gotta give me a break. I haven't even found my right stuff yet. Don't worry, we'll get there. I've got my own moderator now. I've got my shit.
You know,
somewhere.
you're moving on up.
something. Do you have your own pod channel?
That's for when he hits the 2-year mark.
Then you are not sure.
Oh. I may have made some minor adjustments to the camera positioning. Oh, I'll have my drink right there the whole time. Shit. Pencils. Oh.
Thank you.
I didn't want to hit nobody, so I was just like tossing it.
Thank you.
I'm probably gonna eat a lot of these.
That's fine. That's why I brought the candy out so I didn't have to, you know, eat it all myself.
They're yummy candy. They're easy to ship to this side. So
If I ever get diabetes, Andy, I'm coming to your house.
I
We're
mean,
settling it.
we can settle it all you want.
You're gonna stick the dogs on me, cure me of my
candy.
diabetes.
Diabetes. I wonder how that man's doing.
He's dead.
Is he? Oh, well,
shit. He's actually dead.
It'd be like that sometimes, Joe.
Happens to the best of us.
yeah. I mean, you can't avoid the test of time. It's all
I
a
don't
matter of time.
Totally dies.
I don't know if it was that killed him, but he was actually really fucking old.
I mean, no one lives forever.
Like, even when he was doing those commercials, I think he was in his 60s. Actually, he looked pretty good for 60.
No, except for the diabetes part.
Diabetes.
So how do we go about this?
Okay, well,
Oh, hold on.
That's
Alright,
not
be
fun.
behind me.
I gotta pull up the book because I got questions I have to ask everybody. Go step by step. And my computer's been a little slow, so I can okay, now I can see the screen.
Starting with my name.
Name's right. Okay, now players in here.
I'm gonna go with Wahiki.
Oh God.
Wahiki, what, more Gary's?
I really feel like there's a lot of effort being put into this, and I feel like a lot of this shit's gonna get me banned. I feel like a lot of this shit's gonna get me banned.
Hey, you wanted to stream character creation, man, so this one's on you.
Is there any way that I can inflict stillborn on his character to make him have to start a new name? Born dead. Try again.
Admit it. Sure, they could.
Alright, well,
Do
if
y'all-
Wahiki doesn't exist, then we have Mahino.
Oh,
Did
you might as well just call it Missing No and just call it a day.
Did y'all ever play that? It was like a crowdfunded game. It was like Kingdom Come Deliverance. It was like a medieval game, but like hyper realistic and stuff.
Uh-uh.
Well, they had like a
It's
hard.
on Game Pass.
It's not bad for what it is, but they have a hardcore mode. And it's like you start it, and there's like a 9 out of 10 chance you die as a child, and it'll give you a reason why you died.
Oh.
So I did it, and one time it's like, yeah, you and your friend playing in the stream, he hit you in the head a little too hard, you drowned. It's like,
That's just horrible.
yeah, it's like yeah, you were born, you just got pneumonia, you died at the age of 3 weeks.
You got tuberculosis, game over.
I'm like, dang, Kingdom Come, y'all making this game hard. I can't get past the character creation.
Those are the best kind of games when you can't get past the damn tutorial.
Yeah.
Or the worst, depending on how you're out.
Yeah.
Just cut your hands off there.
Still touch tips. Where is it? Look.
Here you go.
Where
You can make
is
a character.
it? Where's God?
What's the cat's name?
Luna.
Here you go.
Oh my God. What the fuck? fuck? No, it's just run. What the hell?
I'm gonna let the air out. I felt the heat off of it. I don't know.
Poor Molly, she jerked her head up, one like, Seth left me. Is this the 20th edition?
You could have it.
I know I have it, but I'm trying to say this is not the 20th edition. Hold on. Again, kind of just dozed off waiting on y'all. I had everything else pulled up but the book I need to use.
That's kind of bad.
Yeah.
Gabriel has this little tiny kitten, like it's not even like 3 weeks old. It should still be on its like being breastfed by its mom.
Yeah.
They found it at Walmart in the parking lot.
I got like,
And it's so tiny and cute, like it's probably the size of that Mountain Dew can.
oh my god, bless its heart.
It's so fucking cute. And it's like it's a playful cat. So like last night while I was sleeping it was just like I literally laid my hand like beside it and like attacked my hand for like 15 minutes. But like it didn't hurt. Like it literally clawed my face. Like it claws right in my face and it didn't hurt. Like it actually just felt good for it to scratch my face over a weird itch.
That's funny.
The other cat's still with me.
Let's see. This. Did I lose?
Oh,
If you did it again, I can get it to
I mean, I've got
The
it.
cat
I had it. Something I'll lose like over the
Yeah.
Oh, there it is, core device. There we go. Sorry.
The best cats are like the lone cats. You know?
Oh yeah.
Because the ones that want to fight you, it's like not even playing it, like they're throwing hands. Like, it gets pretty old pretty quick. Like, alright, man, I just want to chill with you. And then run.
Yeah, it's like pay the fucking attention to me.
Yeah.
I hate the ones that don't want the attention. It's like,
Why are you here, man?
you touching me? I'm leaving now.
You constantly stay on top of the dryer. I've never seen.
Yeah, if I could. Oh. So does like anyone know any kind of idea what they want, how they want, what they want to do with their characters?
So, the only thing I thought of was I think I want to make my character be a up and coming boxer.
Okay.
That's my start.
Hey, that's hell. That is a better start than most.
I want mine to be an ex-war chief.
You're gonna be ranked 1, so War Chief's out of it.
No, I'm saying is like he used to be a war chief.
Right.
After the unfortunate accident, he doesn't remember anything.
Could make it be an ancestor. You could be reincarnation of a previous War Chief.
Have him take like rank 1 or 2 in Ancestor.
Yeah. Okay. There we
I'm
go.
gonna be the Bulgarian.
So, it's famous
He
thing.
broke beef from 10 years.
Pain is not the thing.
The merit. Back.
Okay. Oh, why does it take so little? Or am I just getting old?
It's just broke.
Maybe. Okay. So singular.
It's funny seeing how they do in high school like they just post the same shit every weekend. They want to drop my hands, I'm riding.
Oh man.
Got me another $20,000 racer.
So, up and coming boxer.
Yep.
You're gonna be a reincarnated war chief. Now you're saying war chief as in from an Indian tribe. Okay. It's Wild West territory, so we're gonna do something kind of fucking with that. Michael, what's your concept?
No, dude.
I don't have one yet.
The
Okay.
Indians before the Americans got here were all over
Well,
I'm
this,
just saying.
it kind of tells me what his tribe should be.
It's gonna be one of the three. Well, one of the two remaining.
Uh,
Not necessarily. I mean, not necessily. He could have
Well,
been
if he wants to
indoctrinated.
go like full out with that,
Full Native
pretty much,
American.
yeah.
Okay.
There's only two left.
So here's the next question. Do you know what breed you guys want to be? It's lupus. You're born a wolf. You were born a human, or you're born a menace.
Medicine's half, right?
The menace is the one that's born a werewolf. Straight out, you come out the womb, fur, claws, teeth. Your mom more likely passed away giving birth to you.
Oh my god.
Human, wolf, bastard, kind of thing of it like that.
I want to be the best.
You know how the bastard always has like some kind of like.
You'll have one type of deformity. We'll go over that.
And so, yeah.
I have a
So
speech impediment.
if he's the bastard, he gets the deformity. So what would be the difference if, say, you were like born a wolf?
Okay, that's actually a very good goddamn question. So, being born a wolf, it's hard to roleplay because your whole life, you're like until your change, you are a feral animal.
Oh.
So you'll have a limit on what skills you can have without spending your freebie points,
Mhm.
like computer tech, driving, because you don't know what this shit is.
The
You
first
can't put a
three
dog in
sessions.
a car, expect him to be able to go down.
Your
the road.
knowledge of a car, don't stand in front of it.
I actually played. I played a lupus, my first character, and he called them metal horses
Yo.
because he
Yeah, that's
metal horses.
yeah.
He didn't
By
know.
the way, I checked. Metis cannot soak silver in anything.
No.
You
thought it was
can
their-
do funny is
No, they
don't
can't
speak
soak
the
it
first
in.
couple of
It's
role
about
players.
theirs.
You're just like,
I mean, they learned. You can learn it
Yeah, they can learn it.
over time
that's what I'm saying.
because that's what freebie points are for. You get 15, but you can get more freebie points at a
Well,
price.
You can do what I do. Take a fuck ton of flaws.
I will hold you to your flaws.
I know you will.
I guess I might just go human since this is the first character I'm actually making.
I mean, look at that face you were making.
Humans are a lot easier to roleplay because
Remember the
y'all-
thing we were talking about?
Which
The
one?
transforming?
Oh yeah, you actually roll the transform.
Wait, as a medicine that I've stayed as a werewolf for like a
So
while?
no, like well, your whole like when
When
you're
I first
born,
get born?
yeah, but you're usually in a group society. Like how the process works is when you're first transformed as a human or lupus, there's a thing called a kinfetch spirit that goes to the closest tribe and alerts them that someone is transformed or is about to transform, and they go try to get to you before you transform. Usually, if you're born a menace,
Two werewolves fucked.
Yeah. and usually they're going to be close at kin, and you get
If they're
pulled
not
into the
supposed
family.
to do that.
And you're raised in society. So you'll be taught the Guru ways, but depending on how bad your deformity is, you're not going to be let out in human society very often. And we'll go over your list of deformities.
Yeah, if you're deformity you can pass, it's like, I don't know, maybe you got hurt or some shit like that.
Depending on the deformity.
So could a deformity be like a baby arm for a penis?
So from just yes, but like from a range, there's mental deformities like you'll be like clinically insane, blind, deaf. Like being blind, like you're born with no eyes, you're blind. Born with horns, no fur, you're just
Really hoping
completely
for
bald.
the big penis though. That would,
Yeah, I prefer it, bro. Baby arm.
but I mean,
I mean,
if
if
I
you-
happen to be insane, I'd like to be a schizo.
Yeah.
I'd like to
If you
roleplay
didn't have any
schizo.
eyes, you'd go all like Book Eli.
I have to roleplay.
Who's your bitch means that would be a
Right,
flaw.
dude.
Yeah.
That movie
Midwest.
did not hint that fucking Samuel L. Jackson was blonde at all.
It wasn't Samuel. It was.
That's racist. I said that. But.
No, no. I was about to say something bad.
Don't say something bad.
No.
We are live, and I would rather not get terms of
Yeah.
service than that.
Who the fuck is it? Denzel Washington.
It's
Yeah.
alright, man. You told me the words we can't say.
Dude, Book of Eli is like
It's good.
a
It's a
great
good movie.
But they did not hint the whole fucking movie until the end when he has the
Yeah.
Bible that he's fucking blind.
Yeah. Which makes it cool though.
I
mean, yeah,
wanted
yeah.
to see it. Is it worth
It's
watching?
worth watching.
He's such a Chad, yeah, dude. Eli.
I was arguing with my friend Adam. I said, he's real bad about doing stuff like this, but he was just like, okay, you know, it was obvious he was blonde the whole time. I'm like, you're full of shit. It was
Like,
not.
what
obvious.
gave you the fucking
Yeah.
idea he was
Yeah.
blind? Like, whenever he walked up on the two people and literally fucking sword fought him and shot him, like, from
Yeah.
40 feet away, like, he thought he was.
Yeah, you didn't think about it, but that man been blind his whole life. He's like, I hear it. daredevil shit. Like he gets sonar.
They're like 20 feet over there in like a desert with like wind blowing and
And he goes,
sand. And he's like,
I smell your Calvin Klein.
I heard the crunch of the sand.
But,
Exactly.
So, you know, with transforming, you're supposed to roll for it,
Yeah.
and we haven't been doing that. We've just been.
I'll just spend rage,
So
but you can roll for it.
I asked him, "Do you want us to spend a roll, or do y'all just want to?" Do you think should be put to a vote? You know?
I don't care how y'all like. Y'all want to roll for it, or
Do you just want us to be able to transform?
So
this?
would it be either one or just like
so like
both?
how the system was supposed to work? And I forgot about this because it's been a long time since I ran it.
You're supposed to roll.
You can roll, but it takes a turn, or you can do it instantly, but it costs you a rage, and you risk rolling frenzy.
That is kind of interesting.
I mean, like
You can fuck up and just
you get fucked up
transform
the
it.
roll. So we can do the rolls because that gives us more story element too.
And RNG is pretty fun.
All right.
Yeah, I'm about it.
Okay.
Right. If I wanted solid gameplay,
Right.
Guess I'll be
This ain't
taking.
competitive.
Guess I'll be taking that thing.
Imagine fucking werewolf like
Alright.
it's like in Jersey.
So-
It's like sitting like,
Hamid,
Yeah.
Hamid,
Yes.
born human. You won't do metas. Okay. Muhammad's, Muhammad's
Muhammad.
shit. No. So on the bottom of your sheet where it says Gnosis,
Yes.
put 1 dot for my human-born guru.
Racist.
And you'll be able to pick from 1 to 3 Hamid gifts, which would be Master of Fire, which you can activate it and be able to soak fire damage. Persuasion, which I can look that up, or Smell of Man.
What smell of man?
That is a good question. I got it. That's why I love this the website Wormfo. You can look up any gift,
Yeah.
and you can just find it right then and there. Okay. Creatures of the wild have learned where man goes, death follows. With this gift, the werewolf enhances the human scent around him greatly, causing wild animals to feel uneasy and nervous. However, the scent also causes. Why is that? Oh, I have to click on the whole thing. As I give you a partial explanation, I'm like, well, is that a thing? Here we go. Filter. However, the scent also causes domestic animals to recognize the werewolf as their master. An ancestor spirit teaches this gift. All wild animals, not including supernatural creatures in animal form, loses 1 dice from their dice pool when within 20 feet of the guru, save for when they're defending themselves or running away, and they are likely to flee. All domesticated animals recognize the werewolf as a friend and refuse to harm him. For example, an attack trained dog ordered to take down the werewolf would run up to the character and wag its tail. If the domesticated animal is harmed, then it will revert to acting naturally. You may use this gift at will. And all you gotta do is say, hey, I'm activating this gift. It doesn't cost you.
And so that's the only thing it does.
It literally makes wild animals lose a dice, and it makes domesticated animals more likely to get along with it. Some of these gifts are more role play oriented, and the other one, I said, was persuasion. Depends on what you're gonna be doing. Persuasion
What'd you say you were?
is a boxer.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, he could be talking man. He could do some promos. He could be better than damn Roman Reigns in the damn ring, because God knows that man should have a microphone.
Let's say
Yeah.
that's kind of a low bar.
That man should not have a microphone. For persuasion, the player will roll charisma plus subterfuge. If successful, the storyteller reduces the difficulties of all social rolls by 1 for the remainder of the scene. In addition, any successful social rolls may have significantly more impact than they would without the gift. A werewolf can win arguments with hardline opponents or cause cold-hearted psychopath to relent, at least for a little bit.
And where you got a roll to use that?
Charisma and subterfuge.
I'm just gonna do Master of Fire.
Another own Master of Fire.
I know spend the gnosis for this scene.
And your gifts, there's a couple spots right here for it, but I think that on the second page if there's other more rooms for gifts. Now you can also, you will be able to get gifts later on too. You can be taught gifts through the cost of XP and roleplay.
Okay. Yeah.
So like if you want to get other gifts,
And we can teach each other shit.
yes.
That's the point.
So there,
Yeah, I might take. I guess I might just take the human sample.
Okay. That's completely. I don't care what you take.
Yeah.
I just want you to be happy with your choice. Now for Ryan. Now Now I will say, being a menace, this will affect your social standing in the society because you shouldn't exist.
Oh, don't worry, I'll become Giga Chad, buddy.
There you go. Be a Giga Chad. You're also sterile, by the way.
I can't pass my seat on.
You cannot.
No, I am going to be a violent war machine.
That's what some end up being. All right.
Yeah.
The Wargarians will try to tame the dragons.
So, which for you, your gnosis, you get 3. Because you're a little bit more in tune. You were born. You're more in tune with the natural energies. They weren't raised with it. You were. Now, I won't worry about the nicknames because like each breed has like a nickname they're given by the kind of like existence.
Yeah.
The menace can be known as mules, bastards, or obscenities. It's not an actual nickname, that's just what you're referred to by some.
Yeah.
And hominids are known as apes, 2 legs, or monkeys.
Okay.
Because you're manless apes. Alright, so let's talk about your deformity. Here's some options.
Okay.
Albino,
Okay.
blind.
Okay.
Whether you have 2 eyes in the right place that don't work or no eyes at all, you're totally blind. You fail any rolls involving vision automatically. And the storyteller's discretion, though, you may take occasional bonuses with other sense groups.
Okay.
Fits of madness. Mental illness plagues you on a periodic basis. Whatever you malaise, you tend to fall to pieces when you get stressed. Make a willpower roll. Difficulty 8 whenever situations get tough. Scoring less than 3 successes makes you go quietly nuts for a while. So you just lose your shit. If you get too stressed out, you hulk out. Hairless. You have no hair or fur in any of your forms, so you'd be a hairless wolf if you went lupus. There's nothing.
Can I take multiple?
If you take
There is a flaw.
if you take flaws, you can.
I don't know if messes or exceptions.
Alright.
We can look at it.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll look at it when you do that.
Horns.
Horns.
A pair of horns sprout from your brow. They may be like those of a ram or a goat, or perhaps you have a small pair of antelope-like antlers. You might even have a single short horn like a unicorn's. Whatever the shape of this disfigurement takes, you suffer a +1 difficulty penalty to all social rolls, and you are likely to even be more heavily scorned by your fellow guru.
Can we just play in the year 2021 so it'll be like normal to have a horn?
I mean, this will be year 2020.
It's normal to have a horn in some places of the world.
Yeah, I mean, it's still, to humans, it's going to be like, oh, he's had those alteration surgeries, yeah. But to the guru, they know what the hell you are. And they're like, oh, you're a mule. You're a bastard.
To be fair, I'd still call you a freak human for humans.
Oh, yeah.
But horns,
I would take
horns are a mark of prey, not of a predator. If you actually try to attack with your horns, which may do strength +1 bashing, you're likely to lose some of your glory or renown for fighting like a prey animal instead of a guru. So if you choose to fight with your horns, you will lose honor.
Alright.
Hunchback.
Oh.
You were born with a front to back or side to side curve of your spine that's worsened as you've aged. Not only does it give you a negative to social rolls, it also impedes your movement, adding a +1 difficulty to all dexterity-based rolls. No sense of smell.
That's kind of terrible for a wolf.
That's awful for a werewolf. No tail.
That should be weird.
No.
Bobtail, yeah.
No, not even a bobtail. Like there's nothing.
Oh man.
He didn't get one.
Flat ass. You ain't-
Flat. You are a Hank Hill. It's just
Cardboard.
straight cardboard. Seizures.
Okay.
Tough hide. Your hide is tough as old leather and it's wrinkled and dry with spotty patches of hair. Your appearance can never be greater than 1. Plus unbearable itching and hot spots are constant aggravations. On the positive side, you get an extra dice on all soak rolls, but it's only a small advantage to weigh against your smelly, scratchy hide.
Sounds like normal.
Oh, God. Wasting disease. Your constitution is notably weak. You cough and wheeze. And you can't keep up with your pack talks for hours on end. You take a test +2 difficulty on all stamina rolls, including soak rolls. Weak immune system. Unlike other Gru, you catch almost every germ that comes along, sniffling constantly and often suffering from flu-like symptoms. You don't have the same ability to resist damage that the others have. Because of your condition, you have no bruised health level. So instead of getting that little cushion of that no penalty damage, you don't have bruised. You'll begin at hurt. And finally, as an example, withered limb. We mentioned the baby limb. A withered limb. You have 4 limbs, but the muscles of one are atrophied, leaving it withered or paralyzed. Depending on your form, you can't walk well, and you run more slowly than other werewolves. You incur a +2 difficulty on all dexterity rolls when trying to use this limb.
Take my strong hand.
Okay.
I just can't get hard. This is always blessed.
We'll leave that to be an exception. So, any of those kind of stick out to you?
Yeah, definitely want to be albino.
Okay.
And then maybe the alopecia.
Okay. So, which one do you want first?
The albino.
Okay, so on...
So that means if I turn into a werewolf, I'll be a white werewolf.
Yeah.
Okay, that's kind of dope.
I do believe-
And he's gonna be albino the other time too.
Yeah, at all times. Like,
Yeah,
the
you're
actual...
albino.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah, you have no melanin in your body, no matter what form you take as a result. Your skin is faintly pink, and it burns easily, so stay out of the sun if possible. Your hair is stark white, not silver, and your eyes are blood red, which makes you a real anomaly amongst werewolves. Take a +2 difficulty penalty on all perception rolls if you're trying to operate in bright light without protective clothing or sunglasses.
It's not even that bad.
No, it's really not.
I know, and you could be a sexy motherfucker.
But you'd be just pure-
red eyes and white hair.
You just be pure. You have pink skin, red eyes, and white fur. So, if that is the curse you want to take,
And you sparkle like a gay vampire.
I love Twilight. You guys know that there's a retelling of Twilight from the point of view of
yeah, Midnight
Winter's
Sun.
Song?
Yeah, it's from Edward's
No, Edward's a female and Bella's a male. The genders are just swapped. Every character is gender
What
swapped.
is that Midnight Sun? The new one?
No, she wrote all the books.
Huh?
She wrote all 4 of them from the gender
Weird.
swap perspective. And maybe I don't remember what it's called, but
That's weird.
Well, I didn't watch or read the original one, so I'm not going to go with these.
So on your last page, under battle scars, there's going to be Menace Deformity, right albino.
I remember at some point when I was younger, I got the Twilight book from you. And I remember I had that forever. And eventually I hollowed it out to keep stuff in it. Because I knew no one would open up a Twilight book.
yeah, right.
The only thing I can vividly remember is because we were going somewhere, and you know when if somebody brings a movie for the bus, that's just all they fucking play.
Yeah.
Nobody else brought anything except some girl brought fucking Twilight.
Got them.
Pilot, I like the books. I read the books.
I just kind of
I can
zoned
maybe
out,
I
except that baseball scene
I don't
in the
like
first
Christmas
movie.
movies.
Yeah.
I always watch that part because I
That
thought
is
it was
sick.
really cool.
I can't stand Kristen Stewart.
Hey,
I don't mind
acting
Rob
is
Pattinson.
on point for Bella. On point.
Yeah, there's no acting. It's just awful. It's
Yeah,
just
no.
awful.
The dude who played Edward's actually a solid actor.
Yeah.
I've seen him so.
I
There are a
love
lot of good actors in there. But
Yeah.
Bella,
Y'all
main
watched The
character-
Lighthouse before?
Mm-mm.
Him, William Dafoe? I've heard it's really, really good.
Another one is all black and white. So
Yeah.
Oh, I've heard about it. Never
Yeah,
watched
I,
it.
Yes.
I really don't like it. I've heard it good.
All right, and now
I
Ryan.
don't, with that though, I don't know if it's that he just bounces off William real good or if he's doing good on his own.
You get to pick one of 3 gifts, being a menace.
Because William Dafoe is a
You
great
get
actor.
create element,
He does really good.
Yeah, see, like you can be a shit.
Primal
actor.
Anger,
If
or Sense
you're
Worm.
William, you probably still
What's
do.
the last one?
sense worm. You can sense the worm thing.
No, also, sometimes when you have a
Sorry,
character
you
like
said
that,
singe
which
word.
is like 2
Oh, yeah.
people, if one
Sense
actor
work.
is better than the other, sometimes they just get like
Oh.
overshadowed.
Yeah.
Okay, so
I don't know if that's
that one I
necessarily
did
the
sense
case or
worm.
not.
But
I mean, because you may,
You're very
if you don't take sense worm, I
Well,
think he
obviously
will.
you're
He
right.
always does.
Okay, and then what was the first
There's
one?
create element.
Okay, that would be like make fire,
Uh,
right?
you have the power to create a small amount of any of the 4 elements: fire, air, earth, or water.
Oh.
You can replenish the air supply in an airtight room, make a rock to throw at someone, create fire without matches or wood.
Actually sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty fucking cool.
They fucking call us the he's over here. Fire.
And then Primal Rage, or Primal Anger. The menace learns to focus the anger within her heart and use it to increase her rage. The anger takes a physical toll on the werewolf, and it's up to her to unleash it on her enemies. The spirit of ancestor menace teaches this gift. Few members of other breeds have suffered enough shame to suffer to learn this gift. A character of this gift may sacrifice a single health level once per scene and gain 2 extra points of rage in exchange. Even if doing so makes her above the permanent rage rating, the health level is treated as aggravated damage for the purposes of recovery. So you literally hurt yourself to get angrier.
Yeah, I'd rather have create element.
Alright, and we pull create element up so we know what possible roles you might need for that. Because I messed up with Micah and did not check what his role would be for some of his gifts.
Yeah, you really did.
I was making it kind of realistic in a way like, hey, you might not have this capability to do this. Don't judge me. I only know for the water element, you could even fill a bathtub without any faucet pipes. That's how much water you can create.
That's
The menace cannot create any specialized forms of any element. Precious metals, lethal gases, or acid are beyond his reach. It's only natural air, earth, fire, and water. You spend 1 gnosis point, and then you roll your gnosis, which you roll 3 unless you add more to it. Each success allows the character to create approximately 1 cubic foot of the desired amount, up to a maximum of 100 pounds, anywhere you can see within 60 feet. The element remains in existence until used up, breathed in the case of air, or burned up in the case of fire without any fuel to keep it going. The flames created with this gift are genuinely hot, but they are no substitute for a flamethrower. They inflict 1 health level of damage per success to a maximum of 3 health levels of damage. So literally usually just based off your gnosis. Not bad trade.
No, no.
And you said you're taking Master of Fire.
Yes. I already took my 3.
Okay. Auspices. This is what moon you're born under. This is what your role in the society will be. What are you doing? Third? Okay. So, for the 2 of y'all, let's go over real quickly the other auspices. There's the Ragavash, which was born on the new moon, known as the Trickster. Stereotypically, the Ragavash born under the new moon, as the new moon waxes, is usually light-hearted and capricious, while one birth under the waning new moon has a slightly more wicked and ruthless streak. All werewolves in this auspice have keen sense of humor, and they try to find some wit in everything. If they have a flaw, it lies in not knowing how to show their sincerity. It's not that a Ragavash can't be earnest, quite the contrary, it's just that she may have trouble convincing her packmates when she means business. For this reason, as well as their incessant tricks, many werewolves unfortunately give little respect to the Ragavash. So your whole goal, you're usually like forming the scout. You go in first to see what's going on. You keep your Philodox and check or your alpha. If you feel like the alpha's getting too big of a head, you fuck with him enough to keep him humble. You may get your ass kicked for it.
Yeah.
But
There's no May. You're going sick.
But that's your whole role. Like one example they gave in the Wild West was their alpha was walking across the street and was about to get hit by a horse-drawn carriage. So he grabbed a cow dung pile and hit her in the back of the head with it, caused him to get mad and attack him to keep him from getting hit with a whack. That keep that shit humble.
Damn. You don't know Vegeta got a new form and
Dude, what fucking Ultra Ego?
Yeah.
Yeah, it looks sick as fuck.
I haven't seen what it looks like yet.
Oh,
That's a black screen. Amazing.
No spoilers.
Was that purple?
He it's like the opposite of like Goku's Ultra Instinct, where instead of like his instinctual ability to like be like defensive and stuff, he goes offensive, and the more like he gets hurt, like his ego like rises. So it's like how you explain that one thing.
Yeah.
Like he gets, the more Vegeta gets his ass beat, the stronger he gets.
Right.
And he's just feeding into it. But I think there's like a limit on how much he can get his ass beat.
Yeah, because his is more key based,
So
isn't
it's
it?
really awesome.
Oh,
Because he went and I think trained with Beerus from what I can.
he's
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
be
Because I remember that happening at the end of the thing. Like Goku's training with Whis and Vegeta.
It's
training
literally
with
going to
Whis.
become Vegeta's going to be the next god of destruction, and Goku's going to be the next angel.
Yeah.
And that's going to be dope as fuck.
Already done
Very
this
cool.
one.
It's going to be dope as fuck. The third, we already got the seer. He's going to be talking to spirits. Philodox, the half moon, the mediator. Stereotypes buried so heavily in the role as impartial judge and jury. Others may consider the Philodox aloof and somehow above the day-to-day trials of life. Such is particularly true of the half moon born under Luna's waxing gaze. The waning moon Philodox may be said edgy and perpetually concerned about everything around her being in perfect balance to the point of making her packmates grind their teeth in frustration. Still, when trouble strikes, everyone looks to the Philodox for guidance. Your balance, your law and order. You help your pack keep in line, follow the litany. If, say, Ryan and Maka have a dispute in game, if you're the Philodox, you're helping them settle it.
Okay.
You're the judge. So that falls on you to be the big man and all that.
I retired a character playing one of them.
Yeah,
Really?
he did. He got a ritual. He learned to write, and he literally
Somebody was
stripped the
running her
werewolf.
mouth and she did something she wasn't supposed to.
She couldn't turn into she got stuck in a wolf, and she couldn't transform until she learned a lesson. So she just retired the character.
Oh my god.
Then there's the Galliard. Galliards are all the passion of the werewolves rolled up into one feisty creative package. They're completely unrestrained in their various moods, and they're damn hot-tempered to boot. Moon dancers, born under Luna's waning phase, have dark, consuming passions. They relate tales of doom, war, and sacrifice. The waxing moon Galliards, by contrast, are almost giddy in their revels, full of songs of wonder, conquest, and joy. In the pack, the moon dancer keeps everyone's spirits up, even in times of terrible hardship. Without the Galliard song, many of the werewolves who would have given up, even in the side of victory. Bard. That's like the best way to put it. You're the bard.
Yeah.
It is, yeah, pretty much.
And then there's Alrune. That's the warrior.
The rage monster.
You walk in, when the tables flip, he's the first one in the door. He's gonna slap someone around. You are Luna's rage. You are the fighter. All werewolves are fighters, but the Alrune, that is what they were born to do.
And if you play Ragavash, that's the one who's going to punch you in the face.
Got lost. He'll be the first one to slap. Just for example, stereotype. The term Hell on Wheels doesn't begin to describe the raw strength and courage of the warrior. The full moon werewolf is on the edge of constantly seething with rage, spoiling for a fight at every turn. The waxing moon Alrune is almost a fanatic about proving himself, while the warriors of the waning moon seeks to assert his dominance over others. They're all damn ornery and hard to get along with, but any werewolf is glad to have one in the thick of a fight, assuming they're not on the same side. So it's however you. If you're looking to go boxer, that's probably gonna be what you want to do.
Yeah. That's what it seems like. For
His
sure.
sons are Rune or Philodox.
Yeah, either one. Did any of that shit resonate with you? Rad.
I think it's good.
That's for both. I mean, I'm going both with you. I can go back all over with you.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
You good? You good? You piece of shit.
I'll
let me know.
I'll use this
I was reading
opportunity to
Dragon Ball
listen in
Super.
again and
Yes.
really figure it out.
All right.
Get
So-
my attention.
We've already got the third, which would be the seer.
it. Yeah.
You've got the Ragavash, which is the trickster. You're born under the new moon. The stereotype for them, they're usually if you're born under the waxing new moon, they're usually lighthearted and capricious, while under the waning new moon have a slightly more wicked and ruthless streak. All werewolves of this also have a sense of humor, a very keen sense of humor, and they try to find some wit in everything. You are like the scout. You're like the ranger. You go in, you be a mix of a ranger and a jester. Your whole point is you pull pranks to keep your alpha in check, make sure he's not getting too big on the ego. The one big example that I was telling Seth is that in the Wild West book, because we have cowboy werewolves, literally, there's a whole book for this. This one's pack alpha was walking across a road and was about to get hit with a stagecoach, so the Ragavash grabbed a pile of cow shit and hit him in the back of the head with it. His alpha turned around and attacked him because he got pissed off, but he didn't get hit with the carriage. You're all about keeping them humble, keep the lesson, keep everything lighthearted.
Yeah, okay.
You keep everybody humble.
Yeah. Alright.
Get your ass kicked a lot. A lot of people will turn and smack you for it, but it's part of it. Philodox, the mediator. You're the half moon. So, the half moon, born under the waxing gaze, very aloof and kind of above the day-to-day trials of life. The waning moon tends to be kind of more edgy and perpetually concerned about everything around them being in perfect balance, to the point of making her pack-mates grind their teeth in frustration. You're the judge. You make sure your pack, more often than not, Philodoxes are the alphas. More than often. So say if there's a dispute between Ryan and Seth during the game, and you're the Philodox, you're going to settle it. You're going to mediate it. You're going to find a way to get them to work back together and quit their shit, whether it be making them fight to calm it down or working it out. You're the mediator. You keep the law. And and whatever y'all pick, I will tell you your gifts. Galliard, the best way I can describe it, you're a fucking bard. You sing, you howl, you either raise spirits for a fight, make them ready to go in, or if it's dark times, you keep the spirits up by your howls and your stories, your storytelling.
I'm like Link from Twilight Princess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sitting in front of the rock.
Yeah.
And then the other one is Arum, I think that's the one that's the warrior, what you played last time. Hell on Wheels does not begin to describe what the hell you do. If you're born on the waxing side, always itching for a fight. The waning side, you're always trying to prove yourself in combat. But there isn't a single werewolf that doesn't want to all root on their side. Because when the shit gets real, they're the first ones in and they're the last ones out. They are the angriest one of them all. Because this is what determines your rage.
Okay. Alright. What do you think of being?
I'm not sure.
I'm stuck between the Philodox and the Arden.
I kind of figure that's where y'all kind of fall in.
Yeah.
They're both awesome.
What was my character last time?
What?
Well, what was my character, my last,
Your last one, you were a thurge. You were the spirit talker.
Yeah.
You were the spirit talker.
Okay.
The Philodox was Thomas.
Yeah.
Whoever is going to be Philodox is more likely going to be assigned Alpha, and between the other, if y'all don't like whoever the Alpha is, y'all can challenge whoever the Philodox is for that title, or like Thomas did and say, okay, well this is wartime, I'm going to let the Aru make the calls, but if it's a social situation, they might let the Galliards or someone else handle it.
Mm-hmm.
You deviate who makes the calls and stuff like that. If it'll kind of help you decide, I can kind of give you the gift idea, what gifts go along with it.
Yeah.
Alright. Ryan, you got your ears up?
Yeah.
Alright. The gifts that you could pick, you pick one from the Philodox. Resist pain.
Mm-hmm.
Scent of the true form. And truth of Gaia. You get to pick one of those three. Which would be we'll do truth of Gaia first. I'll just explain a little bit of the cover here. Okay. As judges of the litany, Philodox have the ability to sense whether others have spoken truth or falsehood. A Gaffling and the Falcon teaches this gift player rolls intelligence, empathy, and the gift reveals whether the target speaks the truth or lies. So truth of Gaia is basically detect lies.
Mm-hmm.
And then scent of the true form, I do believe that's where you can kind of tell what other supernatural things are. Where? Scent distinction. Let's find it.
Alright. That was much better.
Sent to the true form allows the guru to determine the true nature of a person. This information is conveyed as an olfactory sensation. It's usually actually a scent of the person's natural form. Any spirit servant of Gaia can teach this. The guru can automatically tell when someone is a werewolf. Anything else requires a perception primal urge roll. It takes 2 successes to detect vampires, fairies, or other shapeshifters. And it takes 4 to detect Fomori or mages. So this is like, naturally you can't tell if someone else is a werewolf without knowing them first.
Yeah.
This will allow you to smell it. This also lets you know if you can smell a fucking vampire, or a fae, or one of the other were creatures. And if you get enough successes, you can smell some of the worm servants, or even mages. I'll go ahead and tell you I will not throw mages at y'all because that's too much of a headache for me to deal with.
Yeah.
Mage bullshit is bullshit.
The wind.
They literally control reality.
Yeah,
And
Michael was telling me about that yesterday on the way home.
Yeah. They control reality.
I guess since I'm trying to do that up and
This will
becoming a
belong here.
boxer, I might go just like the bruiser one that you said.
Like the Arun.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what I'll probably try.
Alright. So under auspice, AHROUN. And don't forget your breed, which would be Haman.
I
And
like the Xenoblade version better. They call them Homs.
Hans.
Yeah. They refer to their own species as.
Now the gifts for Arun.
Wasn't Xenoblade 2, didn't it do pretty good?
Yeah, the Xenoblade one's really good though.
Yeah. Because I kept talking to my friends whenever Pyra and Mithra came out. And they were just, who played Xenoblade 2? I'm just like, I'm like, y'all, a lot of people played Xenoblade 2. Like, it makes sense that they added characters to
Yeah.
Smash.
Yeah, definitely. Aegis is pretty fucking sick.
Mm-hmm.
Not pushing off.
Now, gifts of the Arun. There's Falling Touch. This gift allows the guru to send his foe sprawling with but a single. You can just poke them, you'll just send them on the back.
Oh, that is sick.
That's really
I want to be the Philly Dogs now.
Alright. Basically, you roll Dexterity Medicine, difficulty of the opponent's stamina and athletics. Even one success is enough to send them to the ground.
cool.
You don't even have to punch them, you can just.
Get them, yeah.
You can be in the boxer and go tap, and they're hitting the floor. They may not be unconscious, but they're going to hit the floor.
Why is it like that?
Get skull.
It's like,
Milk?
Maybe. I'll eat it.
I wouldn't trust that.
Then there's Razor Claws for the all ring, which is what Ron had. You have to, I think it's spend. Okay. By raking his claws over stone, steel, or other hard surface, the all ring hones them to razor sharpness. Either a cat or bear spirit teaches this gift. The player spends 1 rage point, and the all ring takes a full turn sharpening their claws, so you can just drag your claws on whatever's hard, and it makes you do an extra die damage. But it takes a whole turn.
Mm-hmm.
And the other one is Inspiration, which I don't think that's going to be up your alley. I think you want to smack people. Grab his leg. Thank you. The Gru, this gift lives near resolve and righteous anger to brethren, either a lion or wolf teaches this. Which that could be part of the roleplay too, if y'all go to learn your gifts from other speakers. So it can be. Other wolves look to all for leadership in combat. You spend 1 Nelson point, all comrades. Technically there's 2. There's the green dragon and the black dragon, I think. Green dragon, or it might just be the green dragon, it's corrupted itself.
There's only one.
It's the green dragon then. And that's one of the worms. It used to
It will
be.
eat you.
My goal is to
Hey,
Good luck.
I'm down with that. That's some in-game shit. I'm down for that. I'm down for that. I am down for that shit. So for inspiration, you'd spend 1 Nelson's point. All your team, but you, get 1 automatic success on any willpower roll made during the scene.
Yeah.
I take it Falling Touch has kind of caught your interest.
Yeah, that's really cool.
Yeah.
Because it almost gives me mind to just like, almost like getting their shit.
You're like, you'll just poke.
Yeah, they're
Down.
down.
You'll need, I think it's Dex.
It's really cool to have that ability and the ability to have like a pack of wolves, like just fuck somebody up.
Oh,
Like,
God.
touch them, get them primed, and then the wolves.
Jump
just-
on
You
it,
get-
get apart.
I got 2 other wolves. You knock them down, the other two jump on them.
I mean, yeah.
It'd be awful.
But I mean,
What's wrong?
imagine having like 8 fucking NPC
Oh, yeah.
lupus wolves. Like,
You're gonna. I think y'all gonna like the new, like what I've got designed for y'all's set, because this will be the set that you're gonna probably be with for the whole game. I think you're gonna like them.
good.
I put a lot of effort into these motherfuckers.
This albino Chad is gonna ruin everything.
I hope the set gives the same vibe. Y'all watch The Matrix, right?
Yes.
Y'all know the party that Neo goes to in the beginning. It's got that like remix of like Dracula playing. I hope it's like that.
And it's gonna be.
That's a joke.
I hear you. For
I think-
Falling
I think
Touch,
that's-
you'll need you'll have to have Dex and Medicine.
Okay.
I always think about that outtake of The Matrix of fucking Keanu Reeves just falling after the wall explodes.
Yeah, like it's like expensive as shit.
So,
Oh, you good. Don't forget to write down Falling Touch for yourself.
Yeah.
And for the Field Docs gifts, you have Resist Pain,
okay.
Sent to the True Form.
Okay.
You can spend a Gnosis on some.
Yeah, I heard you explain that.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
the same
so-
theory, right?
Yeah, and you can smell if someone's a werewolf.
Okay, yeah, I
Vampire.
definitely want the first one.
Resist Pain?
Yes.
Don't blame me. I think everybody goes for Resist Pain.
I'm literally just gonna be like, fucking fight back!
Y'all's judge is gonna be the most angry fucking judge. He's like, I'm going in for a shirt off. Let's fucking go. You spend one willpower point, and you ignore all wound penalties for the rest of the scene. So you could be down at -5. Spend that willpower point. Like, I'm not taking -5. Throw hands. So write down Resist Pain.
I got your prescription right here.
Okay, that's cute. That's cute. I like that. Alright. So Resist Pain, Fallen Touch. What did you take for third? Spirit Speech?
Spirit speech.
Where did I write that under, by the way?
Under advantages, you'll see where it says gifts.
Mm-hmm.
You write down Resist Pain, and which I think you said create element is what you're doing.
So I can like set myself on fucking
You
fire. Just be like,
I want to get that mask again, maybe.
Oh, those masks set you on fire.
There's a mask that makes you fireproof.
Now,
So werewolves will get it, put it on, basically pour gasoline all over themselves, light themselves on fire, and just charge it.
I mean, that sounds like the idea. Like,
so now probably the most important choice you will make, what your tribe is.
Ooh, I'm interested in this.
Now I'm going to just pull up to the summary of all of them because they have like a page and a half of their descriptors.
where do I write Philodox and how do I spell that?
Okay, so on the top of your sheet you'll see breed and auspice.
Okay, auspices.
Auspice is Philodox is Philodux.
Philodox.
And you're
I thought you were more of a Methodist guy.
and you put your breed down as Metis. Metis.
So it makes me think of that Yu-Gi-Oh deck, Metaphys,
Yeah.
and that gives me cancer. But
I'm mostly shot, nobody took Lucas.
I would honestly urge against it if you're not used to playing werewolf because it's hard to roleplay being a wolf 90% of your life.
Yeah, nice rage boost though.
They get the Gnosis boost.
Other than the Gnosis to
Oh yeah, I gotta give y'all's rage. Shit.
Already done it.
Yours is 5.
Yo,
I think Ryan's is 3.
that's better than the 2 I had last time.
Yeah, because you're not angry. You were the speak. So to give you 5 bubbles of rage. Now there are some limitations being rank 1. There are certain things you can't exceed over point wise. That I found, and I think it actually kind of makes sense. You can't have more than 5 willpower, rage, or gnosis.
Okay.
I mean, yeah. And there's like a limit to like, and you know, you start with the 7, 5, and 3 in your physical attributes.
Mm-hmm.
You can't spend free points to exceed more than 10 in one category.
I know that.
Yeah.
10's like,
Well, I mean, that'd be like having like literally.
10's like,
Well, I mean, like saying
I don't-
overall in the category. Like, so
I
if
don't-
you could have like 4, 4, and 2. You
I
could
would say
have
that
more.
like to spend that amount to even get that amount.
Yeah, it's.
You'd have to be like 4 ranks in.
Yeah. And then we said you're doing Philodox, your rage. 3 dots of rage. And yours is 2,
Mm-hmm.
and Ragavash is 1.
Yeah, I don't get a lot of rage. That's why I'll end up taking that thing
Yeah.
again.
Alright.
Just fuck it.
Let's see.
I don't like rolling.
There
Just
were
not for that.
13 tribes. They are no longer.
3 are extinct.
Very much so. Very much so. The White Howlers, the Croatians, and the fucking Bunny yet.
What?
I'm not talking about the Bunny yet.
Learning a girl.
We don't talk about the Bunny yet. They were a series of guru that were formed in Australia, and they're like when they went in the Umbra, they didn't take the spiritual form of werewolf. They were like half mammal, half like dugong, weird fucking.
They looked
It
weird.
was a water creature. It was weird. They were genocided by the Shadow Lords. They literally got hunted to extinction because they were different.
Good old edge lords. Hello.
The Shadow Lords actually caused
Oh,
the
they knew,
extinction.
they knew what they were doing.
Oh yeah,
Like,
they're the ones that did all the stuff like the world politics behind the scenes, right?
Mhm. They're the permanent betas that want to be alphas, but they never take that spot. Like they want to be in charge so bad, they're like, no.
Cuckoldom is ingrained in their like
Yeah.
existence.
Like, we're gonna fuck shit up from the back, and you'll never know it. You never will see us coming. So yeah, sadly, that's accurate.
No honor among cucks.
No, I'm wrong.
Keep that love.
These Croatoans went out like badasses.
Yeah, their whole tribe disappeared in one night. They all disappeared, stealing one of the heads from Worm by themselves. No allies. They all kin and everything. There's no survivors.
That tribe was Chad's.
Yeah.
One of them.
And that's like one of the biggest like the.
Basically, one night they just gathered together to do one mega Chad.
And that's where the like rolling up
That's in the
thing lore comes from, and where rolling up comes from.
Then they had to kill them all because you can't have some dead. You can't. You just can't
Yeah,
do that.
give me my list. Where's my list?
Where do you go from there, man? It's like
Here we go.
everybody else is just bad after that. Man. It's like
Well, I thought I had my list.
Right. Science can fix everything. Except for cutting.
Can't fix that. Can't fix
You've
that.
just chosen to suffer.
Where is
For
my
some
tribes?
reason, you're enjoying it.
You should never enjoy
They
that.
just build different.
There is my.
And could you imagine knowing someone and then like straight face being like, yeah, I'm cooked. I like watching my girlfriend fuck.
Such a
Just
sad
have to kick,
example.
just have to kick him out.
Yeah, right, like
Fuck
take
away
that.
from me.
man, get out of my house.
Like, you know, I've never fucking disrespect you, my man, but
Yeah, I feel dirty.
Don't drive me.
yeah, right, hooked up.
That's one of them things. I just feel dirty if they're in my house. Like, dude, just leave.
I don't think I actually
You're hard.
really want
Or
it.
like, my girlfriend's coming over, you sure?
I'm like,
My girlfriend and my boyfriend's coming over. Dude, you're hurting your vibe. Get out right now.
Then you'd never be able to trust their intentions again. Like, hey, bro, you want to watch the game? Have some like wings or something? Like,
No.
No.
Get the fuck out. No. Okay.
You walk in, there's already a guy there. So,
No.
oh.
like, I'm not interested in
Alright.
Why are there a bunch of cameras in this?
So, first tribe on the list is the Black Furies.
Unless they're paying me to be the cameraman, and that's money.
Primarily female.
Not primary.
There are
Who happens
medicines.
left?
They keep medicines.
Really?
They keep the medicines. They're shovelheads. They send them in. They get rid of the males. If they're born a male, they either sacrifice them to Athena, or they send them off to other tribes.
Except for the medicines?
But except for the medicines, they're seen as blessings, and they keep those.
You must say, Christ, yeah, we're talking like bash head and type of shit.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
So they're more Greek. They're mostly
still like
they're
that.
Amazon. They're Amazonians. Man hating, like Wonder Woman shit. Appearances
How
all
PC?
like high PC. We're talking like rallies. Like you think I'm kidding? Like the one I've read a little bit of all the tribe books, and one of the stories they told in the Black Furies is one went in by herself to a corrupt porn studio and subjected herself to be put in a situation where things were about to turn real south, just so she could save the women there and kill every male that was part of the sick acts that was going on there. That's how far they go.
That sounds based.
So
Yeah.
I want you to repeat. I want you to repeat that to yourself. Corrupt porn studio. Is there ever? Is
I was
there
trying
a-
not to have to say the
Is there an
word.
actual? Is there a clean?
I know a monastery outside.
Although the tribe originated in ancient Greece, the Furies have since spread throughout the world, adapting to and changing a wide array of cultures. In Kranos, Hispo, and Lupus forms, their fur is unusually dark, often with white, gray, or silver highlights. By ancient law, the only males among the tribe are the meta sons of other Furies. Ancient Greek art depicts Hamid Furies as graceful life warriors, but 21st century Furies have since portrayed resent being portrayed under any one stereotype. So,
Wow, it seems like any normal fucking person. Like, what do you mean you're not defined by your stereotype?
you're children of Pegasus. Their tribe totem is the Pegasus.
I can only think of Pegasus as the fucking.
Yeah, that's-
It's like.
You people. Yeah. Just like
Unfortunately,
a.
you do not get the Millennium Eye.
You don't. Sorry.
No!
So,
He was in third edition, made him 2 OP. He had to do it. You know people.
just a quote from the tribe is, the testosterone's getting a little thick around here. I say we let the men keep arguing for a few more hours and set off on our own. Let them keep posturing at the moot. We've got a woman's work to do.
Ironically, that is like the reverse of what actually happens, but you go off sis.
That's
Crying.
so. I take it no one's really necessarily interested in being a Black Fury.
Hey man, don't make that assumption.
I
I
mean-
mean, we're missing out the opportunity. We go, let's go, girls, and then there's nothing that can stop us.
Right. I'm a meta, so I mean.
You'd be accepted. You're accepted.
Right.
You could be a Black Fury if you are
fucking
interested.
Alpha Black Fury, you'd be like, let's go.
They have neat gifts. I'll
Yeah,
give them that.
like-
and they have really fucked up rituals.
If you want to do it, you get initial willpower of 3. You have no background restrictions, and you get to pick from the gift of Sense Worm, Heightened Senses, or Breath of the Wild.
Ooh, Breath of the Wild.
Oh shit!
Best cookie game of 2017, 2018.
If you're interested in any of that, I'll read it to you. If not,
We'll
move
come
on.
back to it.
Yeah,
We'll
we'll
come back.
circle
That's a
back.
good start.
Circle
That's
back.
possibly a good starting point.
One of my personal favorites, Bone Gnawers.
Bone gnawers. So basically every fucking canine that exists.
They're hobos.
Yeah, they're literally they are the lowest class.
I seen literally a fucking tribe of bone gnawers in Tuscaloosa like 3 days ago.
Yeah,
No,
7 of them.
yeah.
Bone Gnawers are werewolf hobos.
They are the lowest of the totem pole. But they're the most numerous because they live in the slums. They watch the cities, while the Glasswalkers watch from building. Like they're corporates.
And they're skyscrapers.
These guys work the streets. They deal with all the underhanded shit.
Glasswalkers wash
Yeah.
daily, and with these guys.
I
they,
mean, if you think about it, just like the natural Gaussian bell curve, that middle 50% is there's gonna be a lot more like smelly dudes there than there's gonna be like really fine dudes at the top.
you would be the children of the rat. That is their totem. is The rat.
Yo.
Yeah.
We ain't big fucking street rats. Running the streets.
Initial willpower will be 4.
Okay,
Let me go over their appearance. Shit, I need to.
My initial
Bone
power-
gnawers wander the streets of mankind's major cities, passing themselves off as drifters, blue-collar types, and homeless dropouts. So blue collar is on there. You don't have to be a bum. You could be a bum. You don't have to be.
being a bum sounds way better to me.
Even in human form, they often appear mangy, scrawny, starving, and feral. Using the subterfuge, they patrol the streets. In lupus form, their
If I
coats
choose
are-
this one, I'd choose the alopecia too. I'd have to take that.
Yeah.
So I'd be
I
like-
gotta say, y'all, I could be a bum fighter.
Oh.
I'm just throwing it up there.
He just sleeps outside the fucking
I
venues
don't
and
think-
like wakes up and like,
I
you guys
just
got a shower here?
out there
Like-
like heaping like broken glass bottles come out with my fist.
Liam Neeson, that shit from the grave, just busting the bottles and punching wolves. Yes.
They are never coming in my home. Either one of them.
Canonically, you can be involved in that dude that went on Dr. Phil, his bum fighting ring.
Oh yeah, they did
Yeah.
it.
Dude, that he dressed up as Dr. Phil, like you do the same thing I do.
They do.
You exploit people, yeah.
They
I
kicked
love
out
that
like
shit.
Yeah, he like seeing like the pictures like Dr. Phil's like looking at him like fucking so disappointed.
I love it.
he's just literally straight fucking.
In the lupus form, their coats are a mishmash of clashing colors, stains, and smells. Some try to pass themselves off as stray dogs or lost mutts, but any human can sense a bone gnawer's muted rage and pain instinctively. Although some are bred with stray dogs to create strange hybrids, a desperate gnawer can't pass himself off as anything other than a feral and dangerous animal that's more wolf than dog. Better call animal control, just to be sure. So your gifts. So you start with 4 willpower. Background restrictions, you have some. Bone gnawers may not buy ancestry as a background, pure breed, or resources. You cannot have money.
Yeah.
Some good fortune typically falls on wolves. Most time you gonna rely on everybody else to like get your shit.
Yeah.
Beginning gifts. That says cooking. That can't be right. This might be the outdated book a little bit. This may not be the 20th. It's just not.
Sturdy gifts.
I mean, you just get a big pot and you just kind of get some water and then you throw literally anything you
Hold on.
find in it. And you got some
Hold
good stuff.
on. Let's take a look. Let's do bone gnawer.
Ain't that right? Ain't that right?
I personally love bone gnawers. I read the tribe book.
Ain't my fault. Ain't my fault.
But it's itchy.
She gonna get in.
Don't do it. Don't do it. It's alright. It's alright. You good. You good.
You get so there's tag along, commonly used by bone gnawers residing in a sept controlled by other tribes. This gift ingratiates the bone gnawer to a pack or carnage totem for a short time. While the gift is in effect, the gnawer is treated as a member of a pack with regard to using the totem's blessings and any pack tactics that the pack knows. If used on a Karn totem, the totem looks favorably upon the bone gnawer. The gnawer may then perform a rite of opening Karn if he knows it without fear of retribution. You also get resist toxin. Basically, you roll stamina survival. The success nullifies the effects of most conventional poisons and adds 3 dice to the stamina purpose for resisting worm enhanced poisons. Last for scene. And then let's see the other one from the book. Oh no, it is. It's literally called cooking. I've never seen that fucking gift before. What the fuck? The guru must have a small pot, a coffee can will do, and a ladle or spoon to use this gift. He places whatever he can into the pot: trash, beer cans, old newspapers, whatever.
Literally what you just said.
Add water or spit and stir. The result is a pasty, bland-tasting mush that is nevertheless edible and filling.
Man.
It has no benefit other than roleplay.
Please, sir, can I have some more?
The player rolls with survival.
You just make
Difficulty
fucking-
depends on the items cooked. Inedible but harmless material is a difficulty 6, while actively toxic substances are a 10. So you can literally go through the trash can and grab beer bottles, newspapers, rotten apples, whatever you want thrown in there, spit it and stir it, and you're gonna have food.
That's great.
That sounds absolutely disgusting.
They're homeless. What do you expect? They even get one called Cardboard Mansion. They make a home.
Thank you, I love it. What's that other one? Like Easy Money or something like that?
Yeah, Trash is Treasure. I'm just doing the core book gifts for now. But they literally, like, you could get the gift Cardboard Mansion. A bone gnarl with this gift can create a perfectly functional shelter for himself. That guru can fashion any ordinary cardboard into a waterproof, noise-resistant, and insulated home. Despite conditions outside the box, the mansion remains dry, warm, and quiet. A home or hearth spirit teaches this gift. You only need a box of suitable size. A large enough box can sleep more than one as long as everybody is friendly. An hour will spend a notice point and crawls in for an evening nap. You literally make a home out of a goddamn cardboard box.
That's beautiful.
Fucking love bone gnawers.
Yo, we about to be boned.
You're like, bone gnawer. You know, if you do it, you're taking cooking, aren't you?
Man. You know it, dude.
And here's just one that this is their tribe quote. Hey you, stop pissing on my damn box. What do you think this is, a men's room? This is my home, and if you don't zip it and run right now, I'm gonna have to bite that thing off. You hear me? I bite. Can you imagine a homeless man that you're pissing on his cardboard like, I'll bite your dick off? You just leave.
Okay.
You just leave.
I'm going,
It
man.
just sounds like a.
Fucking love bone gnawers. They are the bottom of the totem pole. Like, everybody shits on them, but they have to rely on them so much because they will do so much. Then there's the children of Gaia. Does anyone want to hear about the hippies?
Well, like how hippie are they?
Tree
There's
hugger.
like one tribe that's hippier than them.
And they don't really do anything.
Yeah.
So, like, children of Gaia come from all races and cultures. Lupus children are strong and clean of limb, with a dappling of white and gray and brown coats. While lupus forms of other tribes radiate danger or feral coldness, children of Gaia give off a calm, quiet grace that can sometimes dispel fear as well as install it. They are the child of the unicorn. They are the peacekeepers. So, like, a lot of their gifts turn out to be non-lethal combat tactics. It helps with inner dealings. A lot of people think they're weak because they're trying to find a peaceful resolution within the tribes and not worrying about fighting the worm as much. Some of their gifts is mercy, mother's touch, and resist pain. So that you will be able to heal
Yeah.
others, couldn't heal yourself, like you ran into. But a quote is, of course I'm teaching humans to respect nature instead of fear it. We destroy what we fear, that's why you kill humans, isn't it? They're all about protecting humans and keeping the tribes peaceful. Personally, not a fan of it.
Yeah, definitely ain't a bum fighter.
No, you really hung up on bum fighter.
I mean,
I don't blame you. Then there's the Fianna, another favorite of mine. They come from Ireland.
The Irishman.
They're the fucking fighting Irish, literally. Appearance in wolf form, the Fiannas are quite striking. They are huge, like dire wolves, with occasional resemblance to wolfhounds, with shining red or black fur. They often use gifts to make their eyes glow green. Their howls are heartbreakingly beautiful and with an ethereal quality that no other tribe can match. Their appearance in haunted form often reflects their Celtic heritage. Most are descended from people of British Isles or Western Europe, and Fianna can be found almost anywhere English is spoken. Fianna can be fair-skinned or swarthy. They can be blonde, dark hair, or redheads. They enjoy drinking, fighting, and singing. They were the closest to the fairy, like the fairy wilds. Their tribe totem is the stag. You get 3 willpower, no background restrictions. Their gifts are resist toxin, persuasion, or fairy light. I've only had one good Fianna ever. His character name was Declan, and he was an alcoholic. He actually hung out with Red Talons, and he got the name Funny Water because he gave feral wolves whiskey.
yeah.
And they called him Funny Water. Fairy light. Hey. The guru can conjure a small, bobbing sphere of light. The sphere illuminates only a 3-foot area, but that is usually enough to provide the necessary light or to lead foes into an ambush. Literally, it's D&D light cantrip.
Okay.
But this one actually can move. You roll Wits Enigma. The light can appear anywhere within the guru's line of sight. It can move, bobbing along at 10 feet per turn if bidden to do so. The light lasts for 1 turn per success, but the player can spend a point of gnosis to make it last for the entire scene. That interest you, Brian?
I'm still looking for Furies.
You still hanging on those Furies? Just a quote from the Fianna. There's 3 things that'll bring you praise to the mood, lad. A well-spun tale, a ready wit, and a clear voice. If you'll just work on the first 2, you might not make a fool of yourself. Drinking, fighting Irish. And then there's the Get of Fenris.
Rage monsters.
Vikings. Literally. Vikings. Their tribal totem is Fenris himself, the child of Loki. Fenris is their tribal totem. Initial willpower 3. Background restrictions. The Get cannot purchase the contact's background. True friends are the only friends a Fenrir wants. They may purchase mentor, but a Get's patron will only advise, never protect. Those who cannot survive on their own deserve to die. They do kill their own metis. They Spartan baby. They just chunk them off the cliff. Their gifts are resist pain, razor claws, and the visage of Fenris. I'll go ahead and look it up. The Get appears larger and more fearsome, commanding respect from peers and cowing his foes. A wolf spirit teaches this gift. You roll charisma intimidation. Only 1 success is necessary to affect non-guru and guru of equal rank. To do a higher rank, the player must link. Must equal to twice the difference of rank between the guru and target. For example, for a rank 1 guru to affect a rank 5 guru, he had to get 8 successes. Allies and peers affected by this gift see Get as impressive and noble. Foes pause for a moment to summon the resolve necessary to fight such a monster. It lasts for 1 second. You make yourself bigger. You look bigger. But they're literally Vikings. And there was a time during World War II that they were actually Nazis.
Yo.
Yeah. And they're also the ones that have, like, if you end up with a feds, they usually have to get hammer, that big war hammer that they tote around. Not a bum fighter.
Yeah, not bum fighter cool, but I mean,
I think you're sold on Bonar.
I mean,
You ride on the cusp of. You're like, oh, I want to fight bums. I want to fight bums. Fight bums.
I didn't wake up this morning expecting bum fighting to just be like what I'm going after, but I'm glad. So, is there any more of that?
Yeah. There's the Glasswalkers. They're the other urban guru. They're focused around technology. They work with the Weaver spirits. They can jam technology, jam guns. They can make a knife not cut you.
Oh.
They make the mechanical spirit, the spirit of the knife, dull itself. So when they stab or cut you, it just doesn't do it. They're hackers. They're the computer nerds.
It's just,
Right.
Yeah, control simple machine diagnostics or trick shot. They can literally, they use guns more than they use physical weapons. Which I'm assuming you went last walk. Yeah.
She did.
I'm gonna roll past it because I don't think that's gonna suit you too as much. My personal favorite, Red Talons. Genocidal. They hate humans. They hate humans. They're mostly lupus. Their tribal totem is the griffin, which supports eating humans. It breaks the litany, but this is the only tribe that will do it and hide it. Well, they don't really hide it, but
Yeah.
it's always talked around. They deny it, but they eat people.
Mhm.
They eat people. Talons dwell in the deepest wilderness away from the tanks that humans bring. Occasionally a pack will set up its territory near civilization, but only to combat raids against their enemies. They may not buy allies, contacts, or resources. Their only kinfolk are wolves. They're mostly lupus, and they will just kill. They're angry, and I love them.
If either of y'all pick that, I will try my best to kill it.
It will call inter-tribe conflict, and they're shadow lords. The betas of the society. Their totem, their tribal totem is Grandfather Thunder. They cannot attain allies or mentor background. Any such alliance is temporary at best. Anything less is invitation to betrayal. They have aura, confidence, fatal flaw, and seizing the edge. You're always going to be looked at as if you're a sneaky bastard. Like, everybody's like, what's he planning?
Yeah, he's up to something.
You still kind of hanging on the Black Furies, though, ain't you? You just want to be that one weird exception, that one weird. I'm gonna skip over Silent Striders. I've never seen anyone pick a Silent Strider. They got chased out of their own homelands of Egypt by vampires. Their big thing is running messages. They're runners. They look like jackals more than wolves.
Basically, Paul Booth.
Yeah. They're even in their werewolf form. They look more like Anubis.
They actually have some cool shit.
They're cool. They're pretty cool. The first Silent Strider hailed from North Africa and the Middle East, and much of the tribe wears that cast on their faces. However, they have bred with humans of every stock. Whatever their ethnic background, they are almost universally lean and fit from constant travel. In wolf form, they are long and lean like jackal dogs of Egyptian art, and often with sleek black coats and yellow eyes. Their tribal totem is the owl. Background restrictions: you may not have ancestors or resources. You get sense worm, silence, or speed of thought. That's usually more for galliards. They're messengers. They seek wisdom. You have longer lunch. You don't stick around long. You want to move. Silver Fangs. Everybody shits on Silver Fangs, but I love Silver Fangs. Those are the self-appointed alpha tribe of all the tribes. They run the show, whether it be nobility or money. Some come from a line of heroes. Some come from money. Appearance: Silver Fangs come primarily from aristocrats of European and Middle Eastern descent. Although one noble house has established itself neatly in Asia and India, in human form they have refined features, often with familiar and peculiarities, such as distinctive nose or ears. Their wolf forms are always graceful with fur of silver or white, long jaws, and full tail brushes. In any form, they usually wear some form of jewelry. Their tribal totem, they're ritzy. Tribal totem, falcon. Background restrictions: you must spend at least 3 background points on pure breed. There is a lot of inbreeding.
They keep them.
They literally, like, they don't go outside their kin.
They're like a Lucas form. They just look like puds.
Yeah. He licked his lip. He got
Or is that something sweet?
something sweet because he was sniffing my foot. Weird.
Yeah, be sick to be that and just be Captain Falcon.
They're prone to what they call Harana, which is the Great Depression. You lose the ability to transform because you're depressed. And you've got the Utina, which they're one of them Native American tribes, like from America. In lupus form, they're reddish black fur, many skulk as though they're stalking unseen spirits. In hominid form, they project an aura of mystery and menace with a disconcerting habit of staring intently at everything around them. Many adapt the clothing and appearance of their ancestors. Some adopted tribalists are often eclectic, gathering fragments of the cultures that interest them the most. While many purebred Utina are Native American, the tribe includes indigenous people from throughout the world. Maori warriors and Cherokee mystics work side by side with the African shamans. When in meditation, the Utina act cryptically as any umbral spirit, but when angered, she radiates a cold ferocity and fiercely as veil fires of pain. Shady doings from that tribe. The tribal totem, they take their name from their tribal totem, the Utina, a Native American water spirit with the features of a serpent, deer, and cougar. Background, initial willpower 3, no background restrictions. Some things cannot be stolen even by wormcomers. You get sense, magic, shroud, and spirit speech. They're natural born Thurges.
They have one of the coolest ranks.
Yeah, because they're the ones that seal shit.
Well, they can. They're like their biggest one. They turn into a team.
That's right.
You give away your character to a story that you're dying.
Yeah.
Whatever you're attacking, dude's done. Save for like a few things, but.
And lastly, the Wendigo.
My character was
Virtually all Wendigo are born from the native peoples of northern North America, although rumored few hail from Siberia. On 4 legs, they resemble the great timber wolves that make the tundra their home. Their coats are varying shades of gray, so that they fade like ghosts into the forest. Initial willpower 4. You may not buy contacts or resources. Your reservation dogs. Call the breeze, camouflage, and resist pain. They really projected them the stereotype that they are that stereotypical angry Native American.
Yeah.
So, I'm gonna go out on a limb. You're sold to Black Fury,
Yeah, maybe.
and I think bum fights. It's like everything I've read, you go bum fight, bum fight, bum fight,
I
bum
wanna
fight,
be
bum
bum
fight,
fighter
bum fight,
so
bum fight,
bad.
bum fight, bum fight.
That's great.
And I'm here for it. Go ahead and write Bone Hour down as your tribe. You know you're gonna do it.
Yeah.
So what stood out to you, Rod?
I think either the Black Fury or the Silver Fangs. What the Silver Fangs kind of similar to?
The Silver Fangs are dope. They have when you get higher up, some of the gifts you get are pretty fucking chad. Let's go over some of the gifts for the Silver Fangs. And I'll go over the Black Fury gifts with you, see what you might like.
Black Furies can make somebody sterile.
Yeah.
Just throwing
Like your last character. You were gilded.
Oh, good.
I'm already sterile because I'm a.
Yeah. Yeah. Alright. So you get the option of Falcon's Grasp, Lambent Flame, or Sense Worm.
What's Falcon Flame?
Falcon's Grasp. Or do you want Lambent Flame?
I think he heard Falcon Flame.
Yeah.
That's what
That, my bad. My bad, G. Eye of the Falcon. Falcon's Grasp. A leader must keep a tight grip on his power, and this gift allows the Guru to do so literally. The Guru's hands or jaws tighten in a mighty death grip, making it nearly impossible to escape. You spend 1 point of rage. For the remainder of the scene, the Guru's grip with either hands or jaws, or both at the cost of 2 rage, is much stronger. In game terms, the Guru's strength is considered 3 points higher for purposes of grappling or maneuvers such as jaw lock. You may not use this extra strength to inflict damage.
Okay.
I know. Let him 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 know. Oh, you're hearing yourself now. Cooper, you're hearing yourself.
Cooper, that's you.
Lambent Flame. The Guru causes his body to ignite with silver light. The player spends 1 willpower point to ignite the light. The glare illuminates a 100-foot area. Any hand-to-hand attacks made against the group are at a +1 difficulty, while missile attacks receive a -1 difficulty. It's easier to hit you from range because you're a glowing target, but your brilliant silver light blinds your opponents.
Sounds sick.
And then I think the other gift was Cinchworm.
Okay, now what's the Black Furies gifts?
Yes, the Black Furies.
We don't all have to be from the same tribe, right?
We don't have to be.
Okay.
I mean, if you really want to sign up with Bone Gnawer, you could. It would be a really more urban situation because that would be urban. Glasswalkers are urban. The Bone Gnawers would be urban. But the only other tribe that's not really urban would be like the Red Talons. They're really not comfortable in cities.
Wendigos aren't.
Wendigos, yeah.
But the Black Furies over there?
They can thrive in nature or Black Furies. Scroll back down. Because I went too far. And this one don't have tabs. Here we go. Black Furies. It heightens senses, Cinch Worm, or Breath of the Wild. And I remember you were interested in Breath of the Wild. I'm going to assume not because it's the name of a Zelda game.
I think it is Zelda.
I really think that's the case.
Zelda game.
But we're going to say that's not the reason.
Well, that's why I made the meme, but...
Yeah. As the Furies see it, the problem with most humans and some druids is they have forgotten that the energy of creation is nourishing, refreshing, and ever present. With this gift, the Black Fury may instill a feeling of vitality and life in a living being. The Fury must touch the target's skin, and this gift must be used outdoors in a natural setting. A city park is natural enough for this to function. The player rolls Gnosis, 6 for humans, 5 for druid. Success grants a rush of energy and clarity of thought. In game terms, this gift grants 1 extra die on all mental rolls for the next scene. It also adds 1 to the difficulty of any rage roll the target makes in that time. So it's harder to rage.
Ooh, that part sucks.
So that's actually kind of cool. The other one's heightened senses. It's also a Lucas gift. The werewolf of this gift tunes into the world around him, increasing his senses vastly. When in Homin or Glabro form, her senses become as sharp as those of the wolf, allowing him to hear sounds beyond his normal range, granting him superior night vision, and making his sense of smell stronger than that of any dog. In wolf forms, his senses become preternaturally potent, allowing him to perform feats that border on precognition. This gift has drawbacks as well. If a fire alarm were to go off around the group using this gift, it might render him helpless. Cities can barrage a werewolf with a sensory overload. The player spends 1 Gnosis point. This effect lasts for 1 scene. In Homin or Glabro forms, the werewolf's perception difficulty is decreased by 2, and he may roll perception, primal urge, and perform sensory feats impossible for humans, such as tracking by scent. In Krinos, Hispo, or Lupus, perception difficulty is decreased by 3, which are not, which is not cumulative with the ordinary Lupus form perception bonuses. And the werewolf gained an extra die to primal urge dice pools.
I thought 3 and base is usually 6, so we'd only have to roll over a 3 or over.
Mm-hmm. In Lupus, or Hispo, or Krinos for that to take effect. I just slapped my camera. I think I slapped my camera. I think I slapped the camera. I slapped the camera.
I'm thinking about doing Silverfang and doing
I love you.
the Falcon's grass.
I love you. Perfect. Alright. I did it too far. God damn it. Okay. Write Silverfang down. You write Bone Gnawer down.
What was the Bone Gnawer gifts that you
It was cooking, resist toxin, and tag along.
What was tag along?
Tag along, basically, you can get, like, if you're not in your sept, you can go and get the benefits of their totems.
Or like a certain amount of time.
Yeah. So, like, you could be like, okay, well, let's say you get separated from them for some reason.
Yeah.
And you end up in Wisconsin. You don't belong to that set, but you can activate this gift and, like, you know how you got the boards, like you got the extra stamina or the extra attack, you get benefits from their totems that you chose.
Okay, are you going bone gnawer?
Yeah.
We should name our pack either the glass bone gnawers or the silver bone gnawers.
I love it. It's so cringy. Alpha picks.
Hurts.
Which one hurts less?
Both.
So, and you also have resist toxin or cooking.
Cooking's funny, but I might want to choose something that you boost.
Now, you can buy more gifts with freebie points. We still got to put in stats.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I'll just choose tag along. I can see how they'll be helpful.
Okay. And you put down Falcon's Grasp.
We're at in gifts.
Yep. Which one did you take? Trick Shot or Control Simple Machine? What did you take?
Plug and play.
Plug and play.
Every day, man.
You want to hack?
By the way, trick shots too.
Oh, is it? Okay.
If it wasn't, I probably would have took trick shot.
Is she gonna jump on you? Look at those eyes. You challenged her. She's like, "Yep, I'm on in." Okay, so here's the hard part's out of the way.
We gonna play.
Hard part's out of the way.
Time play.
Bless you. Okay.
Stop licking my ankle.
She likes the taste.
Like the taste.
No.
No.
You chunky.
She chunky. But she loves it.
Oh yeah. You know she has.
Okay. So,
Turn fat and happy.
Right.
I feel that. Stop it.
No.
we got the auspice.
I can feel the liquid
Try.
on my leather sheet.
Okay. So, this is where we get to play, pick the stat points. So if you look at your character sheet, where it says attributes, you have physical, social, and mental. You get to allocate 7 to one category, 5 to another, and 3 to the last one. So basically, if you're a bum fighter, you would probably put your 7 in physical.
Yeah.
You probably don't care so much about your social, so you probably put your 3 in that.
Yeah.
And then you probably put your 5 in mental. You are a little bit of a different case because you are a Silver Fang. So you might want more social, less mental, more physical. You get 7, 5, and 3. Mike, have you all located your 7, 5, 3?
Not yet. I'm looking at something.
Okay. You also, if you want, I can go over your gifts to see if there's anything that stands out that you might want to, that might apply to that. You did Falcon's Grasp. Which was, I went too far. So you don't have to make a roll for that. I think yours is Dex Medicine for Falling Touch, so
Yeah.
you do want a good Dex. Yeah, 1 point of rage for Falcon's Grasp. What other gifts did y'all take? I can't remember. There's been so much.
No, you know. I can do the spread anyhow I want, right?
7 and 1,
5 in the other, and
3 in the last. It don't matter however you want to put it, as long as it's 7 in 1, 5 in the other, 3 in the 5. I would like to know what you did.
Was it 715?
7, 5, 3. I mean, if you want to do 7, 1,
No, fuck you.
did you get? I think you have one restriction though. I think with the Metis.
I have a restriction.
I'm albino, so.
I actually know mine. I can't take ancestor or purebred.
Well, I think Metis has its own kickback.
Yeah, it does.
I think he may not. I know Lupus has its own restrictions. Metis. You took albino, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now you just have a +2 difficulty on all perception rolls in the sunlight. Okay, so yeah, you didn't get stuck with.
I'm not he's the perception.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, he's the spirit talker. So his will be.
I didn't put anything on perception, so I'm just not very perceptive, but I'm Chad.
Hey, that's fine. This is really making you how your character is.
Yeah.
I would rather you make your stats how you want your character to be.
Also, that doesn't pertain to the first black dot that's right there, right?
No.
Okay, alright. Make sure.
So what all would intelligence and wits?
I'm so goddamn glad you asked. I can literally break down the middle stuff for you.
Yeah.
Because there is the white wolf system for determining what each dot represents.
Mm-hmm.
It goes, the first 3 dots are normal. Like, okay, this makes sense. Then you start, like, from 4 and 5, you start kind of breaking the realism scale a little bit.
Yeah.
Let's go down. Let's talk about it. Oh, and here it is. This is exactly what I was, the shortcut list I was wanting to talk about. You bastards. I'm glad I'm here. And plus I love the artwork in this. Controlling. Okay, you said intelligence?
Yeah.
Okay.
And wits.
Okay. It's under mental, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Intelligence. Intelligence includes raw reasoning ability, problem solving, and memory. It's not just your IQ score. Instead, intelligence involves how well a character can make sense of seemingly random facts and data, organizing them into usable and constructive patterns. Many knowledge traits work with intelligence to reflect working through dilemma and conundrum. Lateral thinking and leaps of intuition are also part of intelligence, as is logic, both deductive and inductive. Having a low intelligence doesn't necessarily imply stupidity. It's just that the character probably thinks in simple patterns with no shades of gray. And by the same token, a high intelligence doesn't necessarily mean Stephen Hawking. Instead, the character is just a whiz at remembering facts and pulling out when needed most.
Mm-hmm.
Like 1 dot in the intelligence is slow on the uptake. You don't comprehend anything but the here and now.
Yeah.
2 dots, you finish parts of the daily crossword.
Yeah.
3, puzzles and trivia games are a snap. You see patterns and given data easily if you've got time to spare. 4 dots, sorting and classifying even complex information is a breeze. Also, you have an excellent recall, although your memory isn't quite eidetic. 5, you're a true genius who can figure out just about any problem, no matter how complex with the time and the resources. IQ 160 plus.
Yeah.
See kind of how we jumped there? We went from daily crossword puzzles to fucking like almost eidetic memory at 4. Wits. Wits encompasses planning, quick thinking, and cleverness. It affects a character's reaction time in combat and his adaptability to new stimuli. If he has a low wit score, he's probably gullible and not particularly fast on the uptake. Jokes slip right past her, even if she's the victim. On the other hand, a high wit trait indicates the ability to keep cool in stressful circumstances and respond to unforeseen events with precision and aplomb. The attribute comes in handy in both lively conversation and during the heat of a fight. 1 dot, the local Ragavash loves to torment you. Average, you know enough to duck when punches or bullets start flying. 3, you can handle a fast-paced debate and make a good showing of yourself. 4, you're infamous for your quick retorts. It's difficult to catch you off balance. 5, almost nothing takes you by surprise, whether a stab in the back or a fire remark at a moot. So it's how quick you react.
Okay.
Any other questions about attributes while I'm here?
Yeah, what would about the social?
Okay. Charisma. We'll start with charisma because I actually just stopped right on that page. Charisma isn't really about good looks, rather its innate charm, personality, or power of influence. Even other people can have high charisma, and many great leaders possess a commanding presence without being beautiful or handsome. Characters with high charisma trait generally serve as an inspiration for their fellows, excluding an air of trust and likability. Others depend on them regularly to provoke motivation and encouragement, a great expectation indeed. In contrast, characters with low charisma have poor social skills, no matter what form they wear. They do and say the wrong things, and they generally end up pissing off people who might otherwise be friends. So like how many dots have you got in charisma?
I haven't signed in
Okay.
for social yet.
Is this going to be your 5 or your 3?
It's gonna be 3.
Okie dokie.
Yeah.
So let's err on the good side here. So 1 dot, making friends is harder for you than most.
Yeah.
You're uncouth. There's no filter. You just spit your shit out. 2, people think you're kind of friendly and fairly easy to get along with. 3, you generally inspire others to trust you even in tough circumstances. 4, you draw in admirers like bees to honey. No one's ever a stranger for long. 5, you've got tremendous leadership potential, and your mere presence stirs entire sets to extreme acts of reverence and duty. And there are specialties. Like once you get, we can
Leveling up, do we ever get more points for this?
you can. It just costs a bitch ton of XP. But you can do it.
I was just curious.
Yeah, you can do it because you always will get at least 1 XP point per session. If we actually play today, you'll get 1 point. Otherwise, but there's also like how well you role play, and like how you played your character. What did you learn? There's a whole little sheet of shit that I use to hand out a little bit of extra if you earn it. But you'll always get at least 1. When a character has at least 4 dots in an attribute or ability, she's eligible to choose a specialty in the given trait. Specialties represent a particular focus and proficiency. For example, a specialty under dexterity might be swift-footed, while a medicine specialty could be combat medic. Several specialty suggestions are given with each trait. Why are specialties so important? Whenever you roll for an action that falls under your character's specialty, be sure to count how many 10s you rolled. In addition to tallying the total successes, for each and every 10 you get to roll another die and keep a running total of successes.
Yeah, that's cool.
That's only if you have a specialty.
Yeah.
Note that any one roll on 1 bonus dice granted by a special die does not subtract successes. So if you've got that 10 and you roll again, and you roll a 1, you don't get the -1
Yeah.
penalty. So, and then the other social was manipulation.
Yeah.
Okay, manipulation is the art of getting others to do what you want, preferably without them realizing how they're being used. It differs from charisma in the fact that a person being persuaded doesn't have to be a friend. A character with a high score in manipulation can even exploit their enemies. This trait is usually subtle and involves some variety of quick talking, bluffing, or understated threat, unless an overt action fits the story. Botching manipulation roll can bring down the wrath of the intended target. Nobody likes to be manipulated. This attribute is generally easier for Homage to master than it is for Lucas, although many betas and omegas are no stranger to the idea. 4, you'd have trouble getting a starving wolf to eat a freshly killed rat. 2, you're shy. You're sly as the next person. Sometimes you got it, sometimes you don't. 3, haggling and striking a good deal is a snap for you. 4, folks generally agree with whatever you say despite their better judgment. 5, you can convince the most devoted pup to turn against his mother if you wished. And appearance, it's kind of straightforward. It describes your physical features and related qualities such as voice and bone structure. A high score in attributes denotes a character who is physically attractive or who has some mysterious allure that others find enticing. A low score means he's unattractive or lacking physical features that most people find appeasing. Appearance is important for first encounters and impressions. Charisma can go a long way for after acquaintances are made, but appearance certainly influences your initial gut instincts. 1, young ones howl when you come too close. You may make us cry.
No.
2, your looks and features don't set you apart, which can be an asset. 3, you've heard all the pickup lines at the local pub, good and bad. 4, you can make a living as a model, and photographers are always bugging you to pose for them. 5, it's a bit of everything. Your body, your hair, your face, and your voice make you exquisite to behold.
Well, since we've already done social and mental, we might as well.
We might as well go into it because everybody else has got the thing.
Yeah.
And I think Ryan's. I think he's probably got a 7 in his physical. No, that was your 5. Itch, but the 7 was yours. That makes a little bit more sense. Was your 7 social? That's thinking like a silver fang. I've raised a silver fang, goddammit. Alright, strength. The strength trait indicates how much weight the character can carry, shove, or lift. Strength figures into jumping and leaping. It also measures the raw damage you can deliver in a fight. The higher your strength, the more punishing your blows are. Generally, characters with high strength are big and brawny, although such is not always the case. The short and wiry types can also pack quite a punch. 1 dot, you can carry your lift 40 pounds.
Yeah.
2, you can carry your lift 100 pounds. 3, you can carry 250. Carry your lift.
250.
250. 4, you can carry your lift 400 pounds.
Yo.
5, you can carry your lift 650 pounds and turn wild beasts into hamburgers.
Yeah.
Over half a ton with 5 dots. You can grab a goddamn semi and fucking flip it. Dexterity. It represents a number of physical aptitudes, including agility, speed, and manual deftness. Not deaf, but deft as in dexterous. Characters with a high dexterity have a good hand-eye coordination. Generally, they're graceful and light on their feet to boot. It influences action in combat as well as the ability to do precision work with one's hands. 1 dot, you trip and stumble just walking across carpet. 2, a gymnast, you're not, but you don't embarrass yourself either. 3, there's some grace in your movements and lightness in your step. 4, you've got the potential to be a world-class acrobat, dancer, or thief. 5, this is where we just break that boundary. Your agility and control over your movements is possibly the stuff of legends. Every step you take is fluid, graceful, and light. And then stamina. Stamina is a state both of mind and body. It indicates the physical ability to withstand great strain over a long period of time, such as running for hours on end or going without food for days. But it's a matter of inner resistance, such as holding up in the face of torture or shrugging off dire wounds to finish a mission. High stamina allows you to endure opponents' blows, so it's the traitor choice for representing tough as nails werewolves. 1, your body tires easily and you prefer to sleep to a good jog through the meadow. 2, you can actually take a punch. 3, a day's hike without food or water isn't too much for you to bear. 4, whether it's a 2-day forced march or sneering at the faces of your tormentors, you're up to the task. 5, there's little that can tire you or force you to give up secrets. It'll take a lot more than torture or threats to weaken your resolve.
I appreciate that. I think I got all of it.
Alright. Did anyone get anything over 4?
I mean, I got 2 things that were 4.
Okay,
Oh, we got one of those
okay, what's your 4?
My 4 is dexterity
Okay.
and wits.
Okay. So you can take a specialty in it. It doesn't cost you anything extra. I don't believe. We'll double check that. Yeah. Specialties are lightning reflexes, preternatural grace, nimble fingers. I'll have to look up what the specialties do. I'm pretty good with that. And said wits. Michael, what's yours?
Wits.
Wits. Find that. Alright, everybody got their stats there?
Attributes.
Yep. Yep, now we go down to abilities. Yay. So, this one gets a little bit fancier. You have to pick 13 in one category, 9 in the other, leave 5. I believe that's right, 13, 9, and 5. Yes, 13 out of 5. Yeah. While y'all do that, I need to use the bathroom. And it sounds and it smells like it might have slipped off in the sunroom and took a leak.
That boy.
It's okay. He didn't give off the indicator, and he's been kind of medicated, so he
Excuse me.
I'll look more into the specialties here in a little bit. We'll see how that shit works. Oh.
So what Lucas are doing?
Doing your town. Or the next
And how many points do we get?
13, 9, and 5.
For each one of these?
You get one for 13, one for 9, one for 5. I smelled it, but I don't see it. So I can see it. I know what you're trying to tell me. I know what you're trying to tell me, little sister. Oh. And if y'all have any questions as to what an ability does, while I'm walking in, Mike is more than capable of looking it up.
Okay, Maka, can you look up what yipping
What?
is?
You say what yipping is?
Yeah. but I need like pictures.
Oh,
because I can't, I'm not too good at reading it.
Oh my god.
Say 13, 9, what?
And 5.
us believe me. You guys will have to hold me up. I will not be able to fucking sense any perception around me.
Same.
But when it comes down to decision making and fighting,
Yeah.
anything but. I don't know, half of these do.
Maybe we won't die.
Same.
Maybe we won't die.
So, I mean, I hope we do.
This is what
You definitely fought it.
I got. Bonk heads.
I see the bum that's coming in. Straight box. You got it.
Yep. I was like, yeah, that'd probably be a good idea.
Yeah, right.
But I was kind of conflicted because I like the animal camp because I have that one thing. But I thought I'd put one in that, but then put two in stealth because I'm a bum, and you're not gonna notice a bum.
You're right.
They all look the same.
Makes sense. I get it. How do you find a cool magic deck? There's so many colors.
It's hard. I mean, that's what I ended up doing. As we jumped in core 2021, got some Strixhaven cards. We got some. I can't remember what the other set was. But we just got a bunch of cards, and then we just went through them and was like, okay, kind of like this idea. Oh, and two, we bought when we first started, we got Planeswalker decks, and they were like monocolored decks that we ended up taking and kind of like substituting stuff out to kind of make a deck of our own. So mine originally was a red Chandra Planeswalker, so it was mainly like just burn. You just get hit with instants getting burnt. And so I took that, added some Strixhaven blue to it, took Chandra out, and it just ended up being just like a monstrosity of like a red blue. Just like, here's elemental tokens, every creature I'm putting out is dealing damage to you.
I'm thinking about making a green white deck.
Green white. I mean, there's one card Adam has. It makes me so mad. It's Life Goes On, and it's like maybe a 3 mana, and it's like you play it, you instantly get 3 life. Or if a creature dies this turn, you get 8. And he has 4 of those cards. And just like, if I kill something of his, he gets 8 health. If something of mine dies, he gets 8. Fuck you, Adam.
How do you find out like what cards in what format? Because you can look up the format and go to the whole list or what?
Kind of, yeah, because like in standard, there's like sets that are in, and so you can like look up cards that are in those sets, and you'll know which ones you can use like if that turn to play with something you want to do. But if you want to do modern or commander, it doesn't really matter.
Or like local games, it don't matter what you have.
Yeah.
Because ban lists don't matter when you're playing friends.
I was thinking about making a white and green deck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
White and green's nice. Dirty.
Mm-hmm.
Life gains pain.
Yeah, life gain sucks. White is real fast. At least in my experience, most of the white decks that I've played against, it's like turn 3, they've already got like, like 4 creatures out. They're not the strongest, but 4 creatures is still 4 creatures,
Mm-hmm.
Then you mix that with just the dirtiness of green, and green can get some heavy shit out, so it's like, at least like the flow of the game, you'd probably be able to like hold your own early game pretty good. That's probably a weak point for me, is early game. It's just like, I've got a couple cards in there that kind of like protect me, but if you're gonna fuck me up, you're gonna fuck me up early game. can't remember how many cards I got.
Oh, $1,000 card. Whoa.
Which cards are that?
Moat.
Oh. Yeah.
I'm about to see what it does. Non-flying creatures cannot attack. It's 2 white and 2 colors.
That's a $100 card.
And it is an enchantment. So it stays.
Oh, that's actually really good.
So yeah, kind of fucking like, alright, it's my castle, fuck you can't get in. Fuck you. I like going to TCG player and just sorting by the most expensive cards just to see. Like whenever I start looking into stuff.
Yeah, I don't know how.
Whenever I do go to like buy shit though, I always sort by lowest price.
Oh, for sure.
I got like a $60 like HU golden card for like $3 because it was like slightly damaged. It was shiny, so I was like, that's sexy.
Oh yeah. Yeah, right now I got a Tear of the Peaks in my deck, and it's like $34 on TCG.
Dang.
Yeah.
That's a good card. Slash the range. Destroy all creatures and planeswalkers. Except for commanders.
Yo.
That's kind of broken. It does cost 5 to play.
All right. Did we get our 1395?
Yeah.
Cool. Any questions about those skills? Because I can shed a little bit of light if need be. If not, we'll just roll on to the next cool part. Which would be backgrounds. That I might need to go over a little bit. You get 7 points of backgrounds. And as you see, That is a blank spot. Ryan, in backgrounds, you have to put pure breed, and at least 3 of your 7 dots have to go to pure breed.
Anniversary?
Backgrounds.
Okay.
You have to write it in. Monkey, you know that you can't have ancestors, mentor, or pure breed. And Seth, you cannot have ancestors, pure breed, or resources.
So how many do I put in every again? 3?
You have to put 3 dots. 3 of your 7 mandatory.
Okay, and what else for background?
I'm about to go over a list. And depending on what we take, if it's like NPCs, we'll flesh them out together.
Yeah.
Either here at the end, or we can do it over like a Facebook call or something later. Whatever you want to do with it. But I do like if you take like allies for example, you know, I want to work out who that person is. That's going to be. It's not just like, oh, I'm just going to call Jim. I want to make who Jim is.
Yeah.
And make it actually an interaction. So it's not just, I'm just going to do this. Then give me information. We're going to play it out. Make it a little bit more role play for it. And I'm not going to be like Scott and just kill off an ally because I don't want to deal with it.
Yeah, okay.
So the first background option is allies. Allies are more than just a pool of extra contacts. You can influence them as well. They're friends after all, and they'll listen to you, convincing your fishing buddy that a local refinery is spilling toxins into a major fishery can do wonders for your cause when he's an aide in the governor's office. Of course, just as your allies are more loyal and directly useful than your contacts, they can also require more in return. But hey, they're your friends, right? You should work out who your allies are at the beginning of the game, as well as how you know them. Maybe they're old brothers in arms or friends from a local environmental society. Maybe if your rating is 5, you're an old hunting buddy with the governor. So 1 dot in allies would be like 1 ally of modern influence and power, like a doctor or a veterinarian or a local activist. 2 dots would be 2 allies, both of moderate power, district ranger, deputy sheriff. 3 dots is 3 allies, 1 of them quite influential, newspaper editor, local philanthropist. 4, 1 of them is very influential, city councilman, military base commander. 5, 1 of them is extremely influential, mayor or the senator's aide. If that don't interest anybody, we'll go on into ancestors. Ancestors. To humans, ancestral memory is a pseudo-scientific concept at best. To Guru, it's a fact of life. Many werewolves have some of the memories of their distant ancestors. Some even allow their forebears to take over their bodies. Once per game session, the player of a Guru with this background may roll his ancestor background, difficulty 8 or 10 if he's trying to contact the spirit of a specific ancestor. Each success allows the character to add 1 die to the dice pool of any ability, even if the player doesn't possess that ability. For example, Young Emil, a pure flatliner, must scale an immense cliff to come to the aid of his embattled pack. Emil has an ancestor rating of 4 and athletics of 0. He calls his forebears to guide him, and Emil's player rolls 4 dice at difficulty 8. He scores 3 successes. He contacts his great-great-grandfather, Crag Tamer, who guides him over the sheer face and over the top. Now the player has an effective athletics rating of 3 to make his climbing roll. If Emil had an athletic rating of 2, then it would be a 5. It only lasts for 1 second. While it's difficult to contact specific ancestors, successful contact may provide counsel or precognitive visions at the discretion of the storyteller. Watching an ancestor roll may indicate that the character becomes catatonic for the remainder of the scene as he's overwhelmed by the memories of 1,000 lives. Alternately, the ancestor spirit refuses to relinquish the body. How long the ancestor stays depends on me. So, 1 dot in ancestors, you have a brief, hazy vision from the distant past. 2, you remember faces and places from past lives just as you remember those of your early childhood. 3, you put names to faces among your ancestors. 4, ancestors converse with you on a regular basis. 5, your ancestors watch your adventures with interest and they often come to counsel you. Contacts. Contacts are the people you know who come from all walks of life. They know you in turn as acquaintances or friends. These disparate people form an information network that may prove useful. There are 2 levels of contacts. Major contacts are friends, people you trust implicitly to give you straight scope about things in their area of expertise. You should describe your major contacts in some detail, either at the start of the chronicle or as the game progresses. You also have a number of minor contacts around the area. They are not quite as friendly or reliable, but you can bribe, charm, or otherwise manipulate them to give you the desired information. To get in touch with a minor contact, you must roll your contact rating difficulty 7. Each success means you have located one of your minor contacts. Because major contacts are close to you, they're easier to find. So literally for every dot, you have a major contact. I don't think that was your restriction, was it? I know yours was resources.
Yeah, it's resources. I can't have an ancestor, and I can't have.
I think you're rating.
Yeah.
My only restriction was that I had to.
Yes. Now, you can purchase more background points if you want them with your preview points. That comes in here. Does anybody want contacts? Huh? No? Nobody? Okay.
Might actually be good for me, but
Might hear them all, or maybe
Yeah.
go
Yeah.
back and decide.
it's kind of what
Fetish. You possess a fetish, a physical object into which a spirit has been bound. Huh?
Fate is
I mean, I'm just going down the list that I have here.
I was about to say fate's the next one. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'm also looking at the revised. I couldn't find my W20. You possess a fetish, a physical object into which a spirit has been bound. Fetishes have a number of powers granted by the spirit, so that they are very significant to the guru. Such things are valuable, and other guru may cut with them. So you like that bone knife that you had and that he had last game. That's what a fetish is. 1 dot, you have a level 1 fetish. 2 dots, you possess 1 level 2 or 2 level 1s. 3, you possess 1 or more fetishes with a total of 3 levels. So you can have 1, 2, single 1.
Yeah.
4, you possess 1 or more fetishes with a total of 4 levels. 5, you possess 1 or more fetishes with a total of 5 levels. I would be depending on if you want to do fetish, depending on what fetish you did want or how you want to make it. 5 is very, very rare for a level 1 to have. Unless it's like some story like, hey, my great granddaddy, this was his whatever fetish. And even then, like some stuff, like some elder guru would find it disrespectful that a rank 1 would have like a glaive.
Yeah.
They try to steal that shit.
Or force you to give it up. Kinfolk. You are in contact with certain humans or wolves who descend from Guru without actually being werewolves. While kinfolk are normal members of their species in most aspects, they have the advantage of the immunity to delirium. You can transform in front of your kinfolk and they won't flip the fuck out. They know that you're a Guru and they are willing to help you however they can, although most are not in positions of power, such like allies. Networks of kinfolk are a valuable way for werewolves to deal with the human world without risking frontier discovery. 1 dot's 2 kinfolk, 5 dots is 50. Yeah. So that's not, like I said, if you're not interested in it, usually be a lot of homeless people.
Yep.
Mentor. Many Guru have 1 or more elders that look after them. The rating of your mentor background quantifies how powerful your mentor is within the tribe and what rank he or she has achieved. A mentor can teach you skills, advise you, or speak on your behalf at a council fire. Of course, your mentor may expect something in return for his assistance, be it good company and occasional gopher, a champion, or perhaps a supporter in set politics. Mentor demands are excellent hooks for stories. In general, however, you will receive more than you give. A powerful mentor doesn't have to be a single person. A pack or council of elders might be considered a collective mentor. The latter would be almost certainly have a rating of 4 or 5 dots, even if no one on the council is above rank 5. So literally for every dot is a mentor. Dot 1 is a rank 2. Dot 5 is a rank 6. Rank 6 is a legendary guru. There's not many of those in existence. You can't do pure breed, can you? And you already got 3. So for you, your pedigree is blessed with the pillars of the Guru nations and the blood cells. Guru take great stock in ancestry, and the werewolf who descended from the renowned forebears has definite advantage in Greek society. This background represents your lineage, markings, bearings, and other features of birth. Other Guru revere werewolves with high scores in pure breed as heroes of yore come to life. As such, werewolves are expected to act the part. The higher your pure breed score is, the more likely you are to impress elder councils or receive hospitality from foreign tribes. Each point of pure breed adds an extra die to social and challenge rolls involving other Guru. Some tribe place more value on good breeding than others, but pure breed is almost universally respected. It's almost a mystical trait, and werewolves can tell instinctively whose pure blood is particularly pure. Of course, Guru expect those of pure blood to live up to the standards set by their noble ancestors. They frown on those who can't or won't accept the challenge. Over the eons, whole lines of heroes have fallen to war, worm, or simply time. In this latter age, very few pure breed Guru walk the earth. So you get a +3 to like social stuff because you're pure breed, but they're going to expect you to act like whether you were like if your lineage is as a hero, like you were a warrior, like that is what you're known for, is like heroic actions. The Silverfangs are going to expect you to live up to that. They're going to expect you to be that hero. Or if you came from rich noble lineage, they're going to expect you to act like a nobleman. This comes on that's part of who your character will be. Resources. You're poor, Kenny. You're poor.
Oh, Kenny. Oh.
Resources is money. So 1 dot in resources is small savings. You have a cramped apartment and maybe a used motorcycle. If liquidated, you could scrap up to $1,000 in cash. Allowance is $500 a month. Middle class, you have a decent apartment or condominium and a car. If liquidated, you'd have $8,000 in cash, $12,000 allowance a month. 3 is large savings. You're a homeowner with a good bit of equity. If liquidated, you have at least $50,000 in cash, allowance of $3,000 a month. 4 would be quite well off. You own a large house or perhaps a dilapidated country manor. If liquidated, you have $500,000 in cash. You can spend up to $9,000 a month. I'm not going to give you $5. Ain't happening. You are a multi-millionaire. If liquidated, you have $5 million to play with, allowance of $30,000 a month. Ain't happening.
I can't.
I mean, even if you took all your background points, like I said, Andy, I am going to put all of this resources. I'm going to tell you to go fuck yourself. I'll give you 3 and be like, okay, yeah, that makes sense because you're a silver fan. 5, no, get the fuck out. No.
What about 4?
What is?
Yeah, I get you slaughtered on something.
I mean, I would accept 4.
That is wealthy.
Yeah. He's a silver fan.
He's also a menace. They're gonna look down on that and be dead.
Like, it would be really weird. I could see 3, 4. I'd be like,
Now, if he was a lupus or a hominid, and he asked for like 4 for
Lupus, I wouldn't give it. Lupus, I wouldn't give it. Menace, I can see it a little bit because you can pass off as human, and because you probably had a homid dad or a homid mom. You're a trust fund baby at that point. And that would be
They really kept it in the family for you.
Yeah, and that would be dilapidated. Like, it would be a dilapidated country manor. That's not well kept, but you would have a manor.
It's that one that creepy old lady has, and it's what she never fixed.
Like, she had, your mom had like 35 cats in that house.
Your great.
But you have a manor. You got bragging rights. Speaking of rights, not as an R-I-G-H-T, but as an R-I-T-E-S. Rituals are an important part of Guru life. This trait denotes how many rights the character knows at the beginning of the game. Does anyone want to know rights? You kind of have to because you're a third. You can because you're... Anybody can know them. Field officers are known to have punishment rights. If someone fucks up, you enact a punishment right. you might have like a renown like for like boasting and shit like that.
So what would be the punishment?
There's several.
There's a lot of them. Just for example,
Also, if you don't have any rights, you just kind of tell us to fuck off, or it's not gonna do much. Like, hey, you two, knock it off.
like,
But if you ain't got a right to like back it up, we're gonna be like,
No.
so like here's a basic right of punishment. It's the right of ostracism. A common punishment for lesser crimes, the right casts an offender out of their tribe and they're set for a time, sometimes even from their pack. Participants in the rite encircle the offender, each one says to Gaia, "Of all Gaia's children, I have no such brother or sister." They repeat this phrase to the offender and turn their back. When all is spoken, the participants walk off into the night and the punished guru is alone. The punished becomes a non-person, ignored whenever possible, and driven off with snapping fangs when they cannot be ignored. The ostracism is so strict that other guru are free to stand by while the punished life is in danger. You could be attacked by black spiral dancers, and if you're being ostracized, they won't help you. That is a basic right.
How many points do you need for that one?
You need at least 1 dot in rituals for your knowledges, and because that's a level 1 right, and
I think Wits.
yeah,
No, maybe not. Because a lot of my mysticism goes off Wits, so theirs may not be. There's
But-
maybe charisma.
but 1 dot in rights gives you access to, 1 level 1 right. If you have 2 dots in it, you could either know 2 level 1s or 1 level 2.
You know, you have pretty high leadership on yours. They get a few rights that go off leadership.
Yeah. So if you're interested in doing rights, if you don't want to do it all today, me and you can catch up and do it.
Yeah, I'm fine doing it. Here in a minute.
Okay.
No rush.
We can go if you want to go down the rest of the stuff. Like how many rights you think you want to take?
At least 1.
Okay.
Maybe 2, or maybe 1 level 2.
Okay.
I do suggest taking like at least 1.
Yeah. And I mean it's good for everybody. And I'll probably actually get to the actual like list on the. I just googled the list there. Totem.
Oh, how many can we put in rights? I need to go ahead and ask you that now.
I think I have a very good little guide for that. Let me see. I say up. I'll give you the capability to do minor and basic rights. Nothing over a basic.
So that's not even level 1.
Minors are not level 1s. So basically, I'd say anything that's I'd say you can have a couple level 1s. I wouldn't say the website's not showing me a good
Yeah, I've been looking for stuff too.
it's not giving me a good idea. But I'll be scrolling down to it. But I'd say at least no higher than basics, no higher than level 1, right?
Yeah, no higher than level 1 is fine. I don't need like level 2s and
Yeah.
stuff, but
But I'd say like as
a
long as
bunch
you
of
do,
level 1s are pretty much.
yeah, if you do the level 1s or a couple minors, I wouldn't complain. Then there's totem.
Here we go.
So you remember y'all had a pack totem. You had the boar.
Mm-hmm.
So y'all will pick your totem again this time. If you put points in totem, you can either take a personal totem, which would be for you. They wouldn't have access to those rights, but that will cause problems with your pack totem because you're not. Say they're following the boar and you're following the rat.
Mm-hmm.
Specifically, you would get benefits with rat, but the boar would not give you his benefits.
Okay.
Because you're taking on personal.
And this is also like a community thing. Like if you put 2 dots in totem, he puts 2 and he puts 2. That gives 6 points to y'all's pack totem and it empowers it. 5 points in that would be the totem is feared by agents in the worm, which can mean that either agents run away or they'll do the best to kill the pack. And it actually I would build your totem up and make it stronger. It would actually help you in the Umbra and do stuff as well. So like one cost would be like per 3 points to spend on 1 Power Rage or Gnosis. Totem can speak to the pack without the benefit of spirit speech. The totem can always find its pack. The totem is nearly always within the pack, near the pack. The totem is respected by other spirits. Like one cost, like if you guys want to say like, okay, I want to spend 1 point totem and give it 3 points to spend on its willpower, rage, or gnosis. You could spend one point for the background so it can speak to you without having, so you two can speak to it since y'all don't have spirit speech. You can spend 2 points, and then it can always be like when you go in the Umbra, it's always going to be nearby, or it's actually respected, like it's well known around the area. Or actually 2 points to give it a charm, which is like a gift for y'all's gift. They have charms if they're equivalent. 3 points. Every 3 points, and so let's say everybody can use it once. Its ability once per turn. But say you spend 3 points, then Ryan could do it the same turn too. 6 points, Mike could do it too. 4, the totem is connected mystically to all pack members, allowing them to communicate among them at a great distance. And 5, if you spend 5 points to it, it's feared by the agents of the world. So it's bolstering your totem. That depends on how much y'all want to put into it. That miss any backgrounds? Yeah, because mine,
you never did Fate, so go find that one if you can. Or I can look it up.
Yeah, look at Fate. But anyone kind of got an idea of what backgrounds they want?
And how many backgrounds do you have?
Got 7 points.
Fate. The Fate background represents the prophecy that accompanies your birth or the creation of your pack. The fate is always something significant, but is likely to be dark and infamous. Is this to be full of glory? It's fate.
Yeah. Basically, if you have points in Fate, they're just going to be like there's something you're destined to do something.
Like, for example, one is your pack will be involved in an event that will make you known to the entire Groove Nation. For now, though, only those in your set know the prophecy, so like just immediate set now. 2, your pack with the cause of a great event that impacts your set, such as the destruction of a longtime enemy or highly admired guru. The guru throughout the city or the local geographical area in which you reside know. 3, your pack will be responsible for an event that impacts werewolves across the continent. Perhaps single-handedly saving or destroying a cairn. Any guru in your hemisphere might know of the prophecy. 4, the actions of your pack will affect the entire Guru Nation, such as the defeat of the Great Worm, of a greater worm enemy, or the massacre of a dozen Guru. There might be God, I hate this computer. No, your cover 2 that haven't heard your destiny, but that don't count on it. And highest, you or your pack will be the direct factor in the fate of the apocalypse, one way or another.
So if you want,
There isn't a couple who hasn't heard of your destiny. So if you want to go kill that green dragon, you might as well just go,
put 5 and
5 and fate.
yeah. Well, that means you're destined to have to do it. It means I have. If you all put enough in Fate, I have to give y'all some bit. Depending on how much you put in there, I have to put some big bougie shit for y'all to do at the end of the story or somewhere in the story.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, about totem, a little fun fact about that. I actually looked up who has the highest total. I cannot pronounce her name. She has 10 in total
Let me see that.
for the green dragon.
Oh, that's the bitch with the devil whip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
10 in green dragon. She can breathe balefire.
She can take on his form. Like
Yeah,
she's
it's-
like. So imagine a werewolf that starts getting dragon scales and looks more dragon than werewolf.
is.
And she fights in bondage gear. Like her human form, she's like 8 foot tall and just like wears leather bondage gear, and she
Yeah.
carries a whip.
It
just
is
fucks shit
aggravated
up.
damage.
She is destined to kill like one of the greater silver things in the apocalypse.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, what makes it worse, I actually looked into it. The people who are really trying to kill her aren't even the Silver Fangs.
Yeah, it's the spiral
It's the
dancers.
Spiral Dancers are trying to kill her ass.
Yeah, and she kills him back.
They're like, no.
One challenged her. She like he was bigger than her,
Yeah.
and she put him through the ceiling and then through the floor and back him down.
Oh shit.
In Hammond, he was in Kreno. She stayed in human form, and beat the shit out of him.
No, there's another dude that's trying to.
Yeah, there's all sorts of boo shit with that.
No, supposedly the only one that fights her and kills her is the Silver Fang. But by doing so, he lets one of the wormheads loose.
Yeah.
So he kind of fucks up there.
So,
I'm not putting any in faith if y'all want to. Y'all go ahead. I'm gonna put. How many rocks would you say is okay?
I'd say you can put as many rights as you want. But it'll be for now. You'll have access. Like if you put 5 in rights, you'll know 5 level 1 or like 10 minor rights.
And it's 7 points for.
7 points for backgrounds.
Okay, I'm thinking about maybe doing mentor,
Okay, that's a good one.
maybe
Try it now.
allies. Say what?
So just write it down.
Yeah, I think you want to kind of top it out, and that's fine.
Oh yeah, that's fine. I'm sorry, I don't like cut you.
No, you're fine. So yeah, I might do like mentor allies and maybe like a fetish.
Okay, that's definitely fine. Let me get back down to that list. How many are you gonna put in mentor?
That's a really good question.
Because that's gonna be. Ryan, Lodge, you put yours in while I'm looking this up.
3 in pure breed,
Yep, you had to.
3 in resources,
Yeah.
and 1 in ranks.
Okay.
So what's your fetish? Is it bondage like you were just talking about, or
Probably
It's me.
string up some bones. I don't know. I might get like an apple, like one of those like
Ball
gag
bags.
things.
Yeah,
Yeah.
how many are you putting in it?
Hey man, it'll be a
And
big
we
ball
might get
gag.
you kicked out of Twitch, man.
As long as you don't put 5 in there, he says Lolicon for good.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I can just see him right now, just
For mentor, if you do 1 rank, if you do 1 dot, he's gonna be a rank 2. So he's literally, you guys are foster or class, he'd be a foster. He's a rank 2.
Yeah.
So y'all would quickly surpass him over time. He'd still come and help you because he taught you how to be the bone gnar that you are. He might even been like he might be helping you with your bum fights.
He may have fought you as a bum.
He might have. 2 dots, he's gonna be rank 3, which is what a majority of higher werewolves are. 3 dots, he's gonna be a rank 4. He's an elder,
Yeah.
or he's close to an elder. 5, he's an elder.
And that's how he's gonna level up. He's gonna be fighting his mentor in a bum
Oh
fight.
my god.
So I mean, like I said, they don't.
Let's
Or-
do it.
3 dots, he'd be a rank 4. 4 dots, he'd be a 5. 5 dot, if you did 5 in it, he's a legend, and we gonna have a long time going what the fuck he
He
is.
is
Yeah,
legendary.
I don't know if I'll do 5, but I might do like.
2 wouldn't be a stretch. Because then he'd be a rank 3, so like he would be a well-seasoned guru. He's not high enough to hold him like to run a set by himself,
Yeah.
but he would be in enough sets that he can give you guidance to a lot of other things.
Personally, I'd say 2 would be okay.
Yeah, 2 wouldn't be a problem.
Above that would be
3 wouldn't be bad either, because he's still gonna be
That'd be
he's gonna
like
be
the
up there.
sub leader at the place.
close to it. 5 would be more likely the whole set leader, but he would probably hold a high position in the set, which would be okay.
Yeah.
It may not be in this set that y'all will be a part of, but he might be a part of Karn inside the city.
Yeah, if he was 4, he would probably be the mentor to like several people.
Yeah,
Yeah.
which is fine. Whatever you want to do with it.
Maybe like 2 or 3. I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Andy.
No, you're fine. Like it helped me keep it rationalized.
Yeah.
Just yell
Yeah,
ahead
'cause-
if I cut y'all off again.
No, you're good.
I'll
Cause yeah,
say-
between y'all two, I can have like a good idea of like what's reasonable.
And
What didn't.
if you want to do fetish,
Mm-hmm.
do you have hammer and clave on yours?
I do. I have hammer
Okay,
clay,
so I've got him a book. He has a flat out just list of like
all the fetishes.
several
Even the specialized
fetishes.
ones for bone gnawers.
Yeah, y'all have. Yeah, some of the tribes has a lot specialized
Okay,
ones.
so for fetish, what would be like? What would be in the realm of reasonable for putting in the fetish?
So like,
For a class,
on level 1 or level 2 wouldn't be bad.
Mm-hmm.
Let me pull up hammer and clay.
well, see, those are weird. I gotta put it. See.
I'll pull up the tribe book because bone gnawers have their own too.
Yeah.
Now it may not be necessarily like a combat thing,
That's fine.
but
'Cause that's anything that's not completely and utterly fucking broken.
pull up this, and then I'll have to get y'all's honor and glory, and then we gotta talk about flaws.
I already did the honor, or I already did mine. Excuse me.
Let's scroll down here. I love reading the Bone Gnawer tribe book. It's such a good fucking read. Like it tells like a little story at the beginning of each book.
Yeah.
And it talks about this guy who lived in a 1-bedroom apartment, and like he would cook his ramen in a fucking coffee pot.
Yeah.
And he worked at a fucking McDonald's or something to that degree.
Mm-hmm.
And as his rage got worse, like as he got closer to changing, he snaps on a customer, just loses shit on, gets fired. So that night he was supposed to go out drinking, walking like down through the canals and shit of the city,
Mm-hmm.
and he meets the same bum that comes into McDonald's every day and like pays him change for the same burger and beats the shit out of the guy.
Yeah.
And then comes back like right before he changes, the old man meets him in the same place and beats the shit out of him, drags him into the sewers, and turns out he was a bone gnawer coming to collect him for the change.
Ooh.
So it was,
Okay.
and he didn't get mad, like he was laughing the whole time, he was getting shit bit out of him. He was just
Yeah.
laughing because like, I know what's coming.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, it was pretty dope. I love the read. I was like, that's,
Are you talking about the tribe book?
yeah. Tribe book has some like specialized.
Dude, all the tribe books are good.
Yeah, I love the tribe books.
All of them.
Totems. Scrolling down, survivors. Cool. Did we? Did I pass that? Why he's pulling hammer and clay?
I don't know if it has their specialty in
And well, the book might. But there are some like other like the core book has some like just like basic fetishes too that kind of goes over it.
Mm-hmm.
TikTok.
Possible.
I know the sound of TikTok right here.
Well, it's on Instagram.
Oh.
It looks like it's cropped, so it could easily be
it.
Um.
Use us, Andy. It's the Instagram.
Oh damn it! Is it old Yoda Killer or is he still banned?
I don't know. It was.
I think he's still bad. I hadn't seen any of his stuff for a second.
Who's Yoda
It
Killer?
was
Hey,
funny
Pop.
lit vids.
He posts some very controversial fucked up memes that
Yeah.
makes me smile.
You should see the fucking accounts I've started following recently.
Are they as good as him?
They were much worse.
Oh.
They 4chan level memes.
Oh shit! I might need to follow this people. Bone alrights. Getting there. Fetishes. Okay. Here's a level 1 fetish, for example, that's specifically by the bone gnawers. It's called the Lost Key Ring. The guard room of this device owns hundreds of keys attached to a 6-inch steel ring. By activating the fetish, a guru can evaluate the complexity of locks on a door, window, or other barrier directly in front of him. For mechanic-minded players, the storyteller can rate this complexity scale of 1 to 5. Overcome the lock requires perception, repair, or it'd be perception streetwise. Even one success shows that the guru has found the right key to jimmy the lock. You literally have just 100 keys and you just break
cool.
in.
Yeah.
Ivan's Molotov. That's a goddamn Molotov. The first fetish of this kind was crafted by Ivan Ivanovich, an infamous third set. Is a flask containing a flammable liquid ideal for throwing projectiles. When activated, it can fill up a small flask with a clear odorless fluid. It can fill 3 other flasks before it must be refilled. Sticking a cloth in the neck of the bottle prepares it for battle. When the bottle is thrown, Dex Athletics, the object smashes. The object it smashes receives 5 dice of aggravated damage. A burst of flame and broken glass then burn and shred anything within 3 yards of this target, inflicting 3 dice of aggravated damage. Bottles filled with items Molotov must be hurled one at a time. However, if 2 of these bottles land within 5 yards of each other, they detonate with a loud bang, produce a cloud of smoke, and fizzle out without inflicting any damage at all. If the flask is filled with items Molotov runs dry, the owner can meditate over it, usually by contemplating the last riot, protest, or urban upheaval he witnessed. The owner rolls wits, enigmas, and spends 1 Nelson to refill it. Molotov, a magic Molotov fucking cocktail.
And I just found one that I think I should get. It's the Texas Drinking Glass. Have you seen it? Particularly favored by glass walkers in Texas and Georgia. This cup confers the gift resist toxin on whoever drinks from it.
It's not bad.
However, the werewolf becomes intoxicated as normal, suffering standard penalty. He is simply able to handle more alcohol before passing out appropriate and is incapable of passing out inappropriately, so you're never gonna look retarded. Though the glass always seems half full. So basically you're sitting there with the Fiona, it's like, alright,
let's drink.
let's do it.
You can also make your own fetishes. You can decide, like, if you want to make your own magic item, you tell me what you want to do and we can make it.
Yeah.
Also. And here's another example. The whole gym bag. This battered satchel holds a massive object up to twice the actual size of the bag. Perfect fetch for any collection of junk, stuff, and loot. Furthermore, the bag itself, it's a bag of holding. The bag itself, including all its contents, counted as one item when it's being dedicated to the guru. The gym bag appears as a stripe of fur, representing the shoulder strap when it changes into Krino's form. It disappears completely when it's in Hispo or Lucas form. There are limits, however, on what objects can stay inside when the guru shifts. Because of the wild energy within it, it cannot contain complex examples of the weaver's handiwork, namely guns and other weapons or working technological items. Gym bags can't contain other smaller gym bags, nor can they be expanded with a ride of shopping cart. In other words, if you need to carry a shotgun or a laptop, you should dedicate it separately. By contrast, broken or non-functional bits of technology, junk, can be easily carried. If these contents are not met, the bag drops to the ground and spills its contents when the group shits out of home. So you can just carry shit as long as it's not super tech.
Yeah.
That kind of just simple ideas. Those are Bonar specifics. This one. Further down.
I still like the medicine stick.
Yeah, beat someone with a fucking stick.
Doesn't work on werewolves. It only works on humans. Like you beat the shit out of them, it
heals
cures
them.
Oh shit.
Like say they have cancer, you just take that stick and you go to town.
You beat the cancer out of them.
They won't have cancer when they're done, but they'll probably be like broken and bleeding.
That's
But
funny.
it's like, what happened to you? I fell down the stairs.
Yeah,
Where's your cancer? I don't know. Where am I?
I think actually you carried one for a while.
I did.
There's some like basic bare bones ones that come with the book.
Basic bare bones. There's the truth earring, which is really good.
Yeah.
At least, I mean, I like it. Just little earring. If somebody lies to you, it jingles.
That's really cool.
It's good.
It's actually good for my hospice. So I'm trying to, and it's good for his too.
Especially
So it's like we're trying to, figure out what's going on. It's like, okay, who did what, blah blah blah, and somebody just flat out lies and just like, okay, you're a fucking liar. So let's try this again. The only problem is they have it. It can be a lie, but if they honestly don't think it is,
it won't work.
like if they honestly think they're telling the truth, and it could be like a bold-faced lie in all honesty, but if they honestly think, no, that's what happened, then it's not going to go off.
So I mean, it's simple stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I'll pull up Hammer and Clay. But I mean, level 1 or level 2, I wouldn't complain.
But yeah, I can't. It's that fucking small print shit.
You gotta zoom in on it. Did you
Yeah,
know you
I
option to zoom in?
It looks worse when you zoom in.
Ooh.
Yeah.
And I can find some rights too for Ryan. You can go over that.
Mm-hmm.
I gotta find the list of flaws and stuff in that too. And it's not in the back of this book. I checked it. And you said allies?
Yeah.
Okay.
How with cause how I always do, Andy. You know, I always take my flaws and just do my freebie points from there.
Mm-hmm.
What's the max amount of freebie points you can have?
You can start with 15
I know you
free
start
points,
with 15.
and you can get a max of 7 from flaws.
Okay.
But you can offset that with merits.
Mm-hmm.
So you can get, like, so you have 15 free points. You can spend free points to get a merit, or you can take a flaw and gain more free points. Or offset the two.
So you can get a total of, how many did you say?
Total 22, if you don't take any merits.
Okay, I'm gonna go take them up to 22 and then go from there.
So how many did you put in allies?
That's what I'm trying to decide between. If I want to do, because I'm just gonna do the 3 like mentor allies and fetish and then distribute the 7 between them.
Okay.
So I got 2 in fetish. So I'm trying to decide if I want to do 3 in allies or 3 in mentors.
Okay.
I might just do 3 in mentors and then just 2 in allies.
Okay. So that'd be a rank. Be a rank 4, which completely doable. And the allies, I think that was the 2. It would be
Your fridge is the slowest fridge I've ever seen.
yeah, the water is just not great.
I spent the whole time in the room spilling this.
So with two dots of fish, you can have 2 level 1s or 1 level 2.
What is it on Marlon fetishes?
Because he's taking fetish as a background, so he'll start with either 1 level 2 fetish or 2 level 1s.
So
And I've got some rights pulled up for you too.
okay, so what would be like a level 2 fetish?
Okay. Under general, I'm actually pulling one up right here. Level 2, Dark Mask. There's a lot of debate as to where this fetish actually came from. I'll skip all that shit. The Dark Mask is a simple strip of black cloth made so that it's completely opaque. Within it is the bound spirit of an owl. When activated and worn, the wearer effectively goes into a frenzy, receiving all benefits and detriments thereof. The user doesn't appear to be in frenzy, however, but instead looks as if he's fighting normally other than being unable to distinguish friend or foe. In addition, the wearer suffers no penalties to perception rolls while the fetish is activated.
What the fuck? Why are you attacking me?
Yeah. Or Dreamcatcher. Made from a simple hoop of wood with a web of sinew. Through within, Dreamcatcher can be used in a number of ways. Many create small dream catchers and wear them. Others hang them above their beds, and those they wish to protect. Others still hang them in windows. In all cases, the rough effect is the same. Any Bane spirit attempting to possess someone in the dream, someone the Dreamcatcher is protecting, becomes caught in the web of the Dreamcatcher. It remains active for 12 hours. So if you think someone's going to be a target of a burn spirit, you'd activate it and it'll protect them. Eye of Night. It's an unusual fetish. Its effect changes from day to night. A small circular glass disc, maybe 5 inches in diameter. The fetish is either bound with the sun spirit at dusk or a loon just before dawn. Both spirits produce the same effect. When activated, the disc is hurled into the air and at its apex will suddenly stop and remain centered over the user's head. If activated at night, the disc will suddenly burst into a glow as powerful as the full moon. This can be useful for searching dark areas, and it will also stun any opponents who can't make a wisdom alertness roll difficulty 7. Of stunned opponents lose their next action. This fetish can't stun entities that don't rely on sight. During the day, however, it goes black as a starless night and filters the sunlight through the night-infused glass, creating a shadow around the user disproportionate to the eye's size. This most particularly is useful during very long, hot, sunny travels. During this fetish, receive -2 difficulty stamina rolls for fighting off exhaustion under the appropriate circumstances. You can activate once per scene. 50-yard rattler rope. A product of the Wild West, the rattler rope is a lasso made made of a rope of 4 strands and with a snake spirit bound into it. Traditionally, a rattlesnake spirit, hence the name. Most are made to a length of about 10 yards. However, when activated, the lasso can extend to a length of around 50 yards, and throwing it that distance with actually is just as easy as it would be to throw a lasso 10 feet. Netting someone with a lasso is dex, athletics, difficulty 8. Let's see. Trying to find something that might fit you a little bit. Moongleam. Smooth pebble usually either found smooth by a river or else ground down by machine to a glossy finish. A loon, which is a lunar spirit, is bound into the pebble, imbuing it with moonlight. It cannot be used during the day, but activating at night, it turns to a light source. How strong the light is depends on the phase of the moon. Under the new moon, the light is unsteady and very faint, like a dying candle. Crescent moon has a steady but faint glow. Half moon produces light equivalent to a modern day flashlight. Gibbous moon is powerful as a car headlight. Full moon, it can flood an entire area with powerful light. During the last phase, the moon leading can blind opponents temporarily if used unexpectedly. So you don't get like a lot of weapons for 2, but you get like utility items for regular. And that's the Children of Gaia specific one up there. Good luck charm, the Lagamorph's boon. It's a lucky rabbit split. For good luck charm is a constant favorite among all changing breeds long before the particular incarnation was devised, but with the boon, undoubtedly the project of a necessarily convoluted glass walker deserves mention as a quick and effective adaptation of human superstition, the Lucky's rabbit foot. Since then, it has become a favorite among bone gnawers, Fiona, and glass walkers. It is bound with a luck spirit. For every success rolled when activated, the Lagamorph's boon turns a single 1 on any roll into a 2, which can turn a failure into a success in a very rare circumstance. So it can keep you from.
Fucking up.
And you can just take away failures.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's not bad.
And that's a level 2. It's literally a lucky rabbit split.
I might pick that. That's kind of cool.
All you gotta do, it's a gnosis. So I'll show you. Page 2. Just you put Lagamorph. I'll spell it for you if you like.
Yeah.
Let's just
Oh god.
oh Jesus, the papers.
Now, I want you to know, I completely forgot that there was more than one paper.
Oh yeah, a lot of stuff that like the secondary and third pages is going to be more like expanded, like who your mentor is or names, naming stuff, and like it's more like character information.
Yeah.
The first 2 pages would be the most important.
Okay.
So it's LAGOMORPH''S boon, BOON. It's level 2. Gnosis 7. So you'd roll when you activate it. You'd roll how many gnosis you have, which I think is just 3.
I don't know what else to add to it, but I only got 1 for that.
Okay. So you can buy more with preview points.
Okay.
So you roll your gnosis as long as you roll a 7 or higher, it activates.
Okay.
That's the difficulty. And basically you get to it turns a single 1 on the dice to a 2. So it keeps you from botching.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
Yeah.
Rights.
Alright.
So are you looking at punishment rights? Or I'll go over like a list of what kind of rights we have. Because there's different kinds, and yada 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 yada.
Yeah.
So let's see, okay. So there are rights of accord. Rights of accord restore a place or a particular group to harmony and balance in Gaia. These rights purify and renew by bringing the object of the right through a symbolic rebirth from Gaia's womb. There are multiple of these types, right? This is just like a type. It's like a cleansing. So like there's a rite of cleansing. It's a level 1. It purifies a person, place, or object, allowing it to be used without the fear of worm taint. The most common form of this rite involves a rite master describing a circle on the earth, walking counterclockwise around the afflicted person or object while holding a smoldering branch or torch She must use the branch, preferably willow or birch, dipped in pure water or snow to sprinkle the object or person cleansed. As the right master does so, all Guru present release an eerie, otherworldly howl in an attempt to frighten away and thus banish the corrupting influence. Ideally, this rite is performed at dawn, but it can be performed at any time. This is basically, if something is worm tainted and it can be cleansed, you could do that. Rites of contrition. This is basically a rite of apology for spirits. That's the only 2 level ones of those. I'm not going to give you card rites because that's going to be more the sept. Rites of death. They just like to, kind of like how tribes and stuff do their own rituals and stuff for those who are passed. This would be for like helping in the passing of fallen comrades. I don't know if that's something you're interested in. Mystic rites. This is for humble stuff. I think that's what you want. Punishment rites. How many points did you put in it?
Rocks?
Yeah, 1. I mean, you can put more with freebie points if you want to, and have access to level 2. I'll give you, I can give you 1 level 2 rite of punishment. Those are a little bit higher. Rites of renown. Rites of wounding. This would be actually kind of neat. This rite celebrates the Guru's first battle wound. Each tribe marks this moment differently, but all honor the sign of courage. Many tribes rub ash into at least part of the wound to form a scar of remembrance. The Deformity always end this rite with a fierce all-night revel filled with drinking and fighting. By contrast, the children of Gaia end their rites of wounding with prayer for peace and understanding. Only the wounded character and the rite master must be present at this rite, although the werewolf's pack and sector are only present at the wounding. So this would be, say y'all get through with a fight, and let's say Seth gets fucked up because he's the all-room. Once he's wounded, and as long as he's got damage on him, you can activate this rite, and the wounded character would get 2 points of glory if you succeed in the rite. So it would help him towards becoming a higher rank. I don't know if that's something you want. It's a level 1, so it's
Maybe.
okay. Seasonal. Those are level 2. We at minor rites. You can have 2 minor rites. Bone rhythms. Any werewolf who performs this rite 3 times per day for at least 3 consecutive days gains an additional die to any 1 roll while in the Umbra. Breath of Gaia. During this rite, the werewolf breathes deeply of Gaia's breath. This is clean air 13 times. While so breathing, they clear their mind of all things save the love of Gaia. The character must perform this rite at least once per day for a full moon cycle. Doing so enables the guru to lower the difficulty level of any 1 healing or detection roll by 2.
What's the punishment? Did you ever go over that?
Yeah. Most of those are level 2. You have to bump up a little bit on your rites. But if you want to do that, you can spend freebie points. Like I said, we're about to get into that. And did you find the flaw list?
Several.
Huh?
Yes.
Cool.
Several.
Did you have to Google it? So we've done. I gotta give y'all your renown. Shit. Okay. You're a Philodox, right? Okay. On the bottom of your sheet, you see where it says renown on the bottom left?
Yep.
Okay. Under for Philodox, you get 3 dots in honor.
Alright.
To get another dot of honor, you have to gain 10 temporary honor. And once you reach so many points in a certain combination, like for a Philodox, you have to have 1 glory, 4 honor, 1 wisdom, and then you can challenge to become rank 2.
Okay.
Level up. Seth, you're an all-room, 2 glory, 1 honor. Micah, you already got yours. Here's 3 wisdom. Now, so at this point in time, you have an option. You get 15 freebie points as is. Now, I can offer you up to 7 more freebie points if you want to take flaws.
Okay. I'm down. You like a flawed gentleman.
And there's also merits, so that you can, instead of spending extra stats, you can get bonuses, kind of like a feat. Let's see here. I hope this is just for Guru. Yep. Okay. I'm just gonna go down the list. I'm gonna just read off the name of the flaw. If it sounds like something you're interested in, I'll read it out.
I didn't even know that.
Absent-minded.
What's that?
While you retain your abilities thanks to long practice, lesser details, names, dates, what you discovered while scouting, where you put down that fetish, easily slip your mind. If you're under stress, remembering anything more than your own name requires a mental challenge against a storyteller difficulty determined. So basically, you have to make a intelligence roll, whatever I set, or you have to pay a willpower point for the scene if you're under stress. You just forget shit.
Okay.
That's a 2-point flaw.
Yeah.
Okay. Addiction. It's 1 to 2 points.
Well, addiction,
Okay. So you need a certain substance in your body to perform at your peak. You suffer a 2-point penalty on all challenges if you haven't partaken that substance within a number of hours equal to your permanent willpower. This flaw is worth 1 trait for legal addiction like booze and cigarettes, and it's worth 2 traits for illegal addiction like meth or coke.
That's official. I am a polysubstance abuser. I'm addicted to 5 illegal substances. Is it 10 points?
No. It's a 2-point flaw for an illegal substance. You can be addicted to every illegal drug you want. You get 2 points. So I recommend picking a drug of choice.
Yeah, am I gonna be a crackhead or not? I didn't know.
We should put crackhead where we're
Boom
at.
fighting.
Alright. I'm not taking addiction.
Okay. Amnesia. It's a 2-point flaw. You recall nothing of your past. You may create your character normally, but try not to come up with why you have the skills that you have or why you lost your memory. The storyteller will come up with these things for you. You can take an unspecific number of flaws, up to the usual total of 7, which includes this one, that the storyteller will assign for you. This flaw is restricted because it requires so much extra storytelling work. So if you want amnesia, I pick the rest of your flaws if you have any more. And you have no idea. It's gonna be crippling. I could give you fucking addiction. I could give you so much other shit. You have no idea. Until I'm like, hey, you gotta do this.
Beautiful. It's almost worth.
Huh?
So it's almost worth.
It's almost worth it. Animal musk. It's a 1-point flaw. You give off a strong odor of a wild wolf, no matter how often you bathe. This doesn't hamper your interaction with wolves or lupus, but in all other situations where your smell is noticeable, for example, whenever you're downwind, you're 2 traits down on social challenges. Bad sight. It's 1 to 3 points. Gaia didn't see it to fix your vision when she gave you the power to shapeshift. You are 2 traits down in all challenges that require careful eyesight, like aiming or searching for clues. If you can correct your vision with contacts or glasses, this is worth 1 trait. If your vision cannot be fixed, it's worth 3. So basically, for sight-related challenges, you take a +2 difficulty on anything sight-related.
And that would be, so it said like aiming and
Like aiming down sight or looking for clues.
How would like having an eye patch work for that? Would that be like?
Actually, I think that there is a flaw for having missing an eye.
Okay.
There's a flaw
Keep
for
going,
that.
keep going.
Band transformation. It's worth 1 to 5 points. Basically, without just going into direct details, depending on how many points of that flaw you take, if you want full 5, there are certain things that keep you from turning into your werewolf form.
Okay.
Blind is a 6-point flaw, by the way. Just being completely fucking blind. You could have got that for free. But you're albino. Color blindness is a 1-point flaw. Compulsion is 1 to 2. Curiosity is a 2-point flaw.
Okay, yeah, read that curiosity.
You just have to know. Mysteries and puzzles pull you in and you don't let it go. In order to avoid temptation to investigate a new mystery, you must either spend a willpower or win a mental challenge against a number of traits determined by the storyteller.
That's interesting.
Right. Cursed is 1 to 5 points. This is a personal favorite of mine. It's kind of a cop-out. It's a restricted, like this is like a storyteller making a list.
Yeah.
Dark Fate. 5-point flaw. You know how your story will end. Badly. Premonitions and omens of your impending doom have haunted you for years. You're certain they'll come true. The storyteller may give you such visions during any game session, at which point you must either spend 1 willpower or take a 1-point trait penalty to all challenges for the rest of the night. Furthermore, the storyteller may choose a terrible end for your character and explicitly bring it to pass. Basically, you can't die until that thing happens. Your character can't die, but you're going to die horribly somehow.
That's kind of long.
You can't prevent it.
Yeah.
Nothing you do, and you don't know, it could be, we could play this game 6 months, nothing ever happened. Or it could be 3 months and I'm like, this would be a good point in the story to kill him. And that's it. But by taking that, you understand that your character will die probably before the end of the story. You may not see the end of it.
Yeah.
Dark Secret. Death. That's 4 points, by the way. Derangement. This is a special class of flaw representing mental illness. We was talking about that earlier. It's only 2 points. Is that something you like? Maybe not. We'll hold off on that. For now, keep going down the list.
Yeah.
Disfigurement. Driving goal. You're obsessed with doing the impossible. Enemy is worth 1 to 5 points. You've made an enemy, depending on how many points you take. It could be as simple as just a guy you met on the street that's out for revenge, all the way up to a black spiral dancer.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that means he's going to like constant pop.
Yeah.
Forced transformation is 1 to 5. Some substance or situation forces you to change forms. Only by spending a willpower point can you avoid shifting. You have to choose a trigger and the shape that you take. One trait is an uncommon trigger that forces you to non-convenient shapes, such as being forced into glamour form when you're drunk.
Bro, what if I took addiction, was addicted to meth,
Okay.
and my trigger was only when the meth was cut so much? And we rolled a D100 every time to see how much is cut.
No.
Okay, the same thing he's doing. But instead of meth, I have a sex addiction. But every time I come, I transform.
There's actually a thing about that.
Okay.
There was one. What was it under? I think like arousal forces you to go into prenups.
That's funny.
That's 3 points. You probably kill your partner.
Yeah.
9 foot tall werewolf. You're probably gonna have like a tube sock all like that big around. You're gonna split stem to stern. Hatred. You have an irrationally powerful hatred for something, which drives you to make poor decisions. Even a casual mention of it converts conversation, sets you on edge. If you ever encounter it, you must spend a willpower point or immediately enter berserk frenzy that won't end until you destroy the object of your hatred or it escapes you. The object of your hatred must not be trivial. There must be some good chance of encountering it in play. Don't say what you're thinking. I'm looking at your eyes. Do not say it, for the love of God. Prone, you're especially susceptible to crushing depression.
What if I took the bad vision, like all the way, can't be fixed, and then
Oh no.
I made my hatred for albinos.
You look at the mirror, you just go back.
Fuck you, like. Yo.
If you do that, that's 6 points. See, that's 6 points. That's three flaw points right there. But I'm gonna up the ante. It's any reflection of yourself. It could be walking by a store. It could be a puddle in the water.
I do have bad vision though.
I know. That's what I'm saying. Like, you look, if you're walking by a nice, clean storefront window in the middle of the fucking day, going to work or some shit, and you just happen to look over in the window, and you see you're gonna turn into a werewolf in broad daylight and crash through that window with people in that building. Do you understand what you're signing up for? This is why they didn't let you out in public as a menace if you take this. You're clearly crazy. I will allow it because I'm going. If you take these, I have to play on them, and I'm going to make your character's existence hell.
Yeah.
But I mean, with the bad vision, I'd have to get kind of close to see it, right? Like,
I mean, I wouldn't like if you're walking across the street from it, you wouldn't be able to see it. But like if you're walking on the same side of a sidewalk and you just happen to look to your right, like I'm right here, and you see it. Yeah, no. You see a pale, reddish-eyed albino, and you're like, ugh! Just going through the window. There's going to be old man Jenkins in there shopping for tube socks, and he's going to be hit by a 500-pound fur ball that's killing everything.
Why don't y'all just both take dark things? Pretty much what y'all need.
alright, that possibly. We might go with that. That sounds like a great idea.
This is gonna play.
I mean, look, I'm all for it. If
Then
you
I'm
take,
addicted to rubbing fucking mirrors.
it's like,
I have my eyes closed like,
Oh.
yeah. Somebody says something.
hard of hearing. It's 1 point. You take a -2 on all hearing related challenges. Haunted. There's a ghost that's fixated on you. I'm probably going to say no to haunted because that means I have to make a wraith. And I really don't want to make a wraith. Hubris. This is exclusive to your tribe. Hubris. Most silverfangs have a high opinion of themselves, but your arrogance knows no bounds. You sneer down your nose at lesser tribes, Seth, and you explain their uncooperative behavior in terms of their jealousy of your breeding. You are certain that the Celestines themselves know your name and hold a great destiny for you. Even other Silverfangs think your self-entitled behavior is a bit over the top. You suffer all the effects of overconfident flaw, and you are at a 2-point trait penalty on all social challenges when dealing with your inferiors, which is just about everyone. Although, of course, you rationalize away all such challenges you lose.
Maybe.
Hunted. You're known to a powerful hunter or group of hunters who consider your continued freedom or existence a threat. They have connections and resources to make your life difficult, and they have the means of dealing with the delirium. You must constantly keep up your guard lest they find an opportunity to deal with you once and for all. But the longer you evade them, the more likely they'll try to strike it at you through your allies and kinfolk. This flaw is restricted due to the extra work that it requires from the storytellers. I'll do it. If you take it, I'm gonna make hunters.
It'd be hilarious if like fucking going berserk and breaking fucking windows.
I mean,
what it costs.
Look,
What I was thinking is because whenever it's like my reflection and stuff, whenever I destroy it, like I can't see my reflection, but I'm not calm down.
yeah, well, like once you destroy the object of your hatred or it escapes you,
Right, so if I shatter all the glass,
Like, if you-
I can't see my reflection.
I mean, yeah, once you go through the glass,
No, I look around and
it's
hope I'm
gone.
not in a fucking department store with mirrors everywhere. Like,
you're gonna calm down, but you understand, like that's a breach of litany. 'Cause
yeah,
you-
but wouldn't it cause delirium in the people
It can. There are some, I'll have to roll their delirium. There's some people who are completely immune to it.
And if they're immune to it, what do you have to do? Like kill them?
You'd have to kill them. Which is
I can tell you right now, the people who are not full on immune to it,
are usually hunters.
they're gonna kill you.
Or try to kill you.
Well, that makes it
No,
easier.
no, even hunters have like only semi.
Some do, but I mean, there's the weird cases of people who don't forget it.
The ones that like, I'm talking about the ones that like have no thing to it. They have 10 willpower, and they're usually mages.
I'm being hunted by a fucking group of hunters
The thing.
because I fucking.
There's illiterate. You never learned to read.
That's funny. That's really funny.
You're a bum. You can't read. Inept. You're the product of a terrible past. Left you barely able to get by. You've scraped together a few basic skills, but you have difficulty improving them. You never probably learned how to learn until you overcome this handicap. And buy off this flaw, you may not buy any ability or influence above one trait. Infertile.
Don't we get that like natural?
Yeah, you're infertile anyway. It does nothing for you. Intolerance. Powerful dislike for a certain thing that makes it difficult for you to deal with it rationally. This is for bone knowers. It's a 5-point flaw. Jackal's blood. Fate usually has it in for bone knowers, but you get an extra helping of bad luck. Once per session, a storyteller or narrator may invoke your Jackal's blood to make you automatically lose one roll. One tested roll.
God.
Every time you begin a scene with a storyteller or narrator, you must tell them that you have this flaw if it hasn't been triggered that game. So at some point, every session that we play, I get to say, you failed.
Damn, 5 points though.
It's
Yeah.
5 points. And that means you could get another 2-point flaw.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have 22 points to spend on your stats. Or you can buy merits. And this is the devil's deal. Like
Yeah.
you pay for what you get. There's lame. Your legs have been damaged in a way that your gender powers cannot heal on all challenges of movement. You suffer 2 trait penalty. You'd be basically fucking Jimmy from South Park on crutches. Oh god, here's another one for bone dollars only. Lost Homid. Your first change was so intense that it tore away all memory of your prior life. Coming to your senses surrounded by half-eaten bodies of those you killed is your first memory. You ran or wandered for a long time before the bone dollars found you and took you in. You don't really understand how humans live, but at the same time, you're not a wolf. You don't fit in well anywhere but with the tribe. You cannot begin playing with the civilized human abilities, academics, computer, law. You basically you have to take the restrictions of a lupus.
Yeah.
Low self-image. Lunacy. You're especially susceptible to Luna's wild moods during your auspice moon. You are at a trait penalty to all frenzy tests. I'm gonna say no to lunacy, anything moon related, because I have a hard time keeping up with moon cycles during the game. It's just really difficult for me. Mark of the Predator. Your monstrous nature is clear to the animal world. Most animals avoid and flee from you. Fellow predators, even wolves, view you as a threat to be driven away. You can never possess the ability animal kin. Monstrous. Even in human shape, you look hideous and terrifying. The only social challenges you may initiate are those related to intimidation. You may not purchase any appearance-related social traits, such as impressive or synonyms, alluring, gorgeous, dignified. Mute. You cannot speak or howl. You need pen or paper.
You take that and then you take illiterate. And you're sitting there.
You can't communicate. Yeah, like it literally says you need pen and paper, a level of linguistics and sign language, or a gift like mind speak in order to communicate.
Take that illiterate and get blind speaking.
Nightmares. Well, here you go. This is like this would work if you wanted to do the Jackal's blood. I can get you 7 points right now total.
Okay, so what is it?
One eye. You're missing an eye.
Okay, well I'm definitely gonna take one eye.
You lost an eye. On all challenges that require depth perception, such as ranged combat, you take a +2 difficulty.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna take one eye.
Okay.
I'm out.
So-
Half my page.
Yeah, that's fine. So on the third page, it says flaws. It'll be like flaw, type, and bonus. Put one eye, and the type will be physical. Oh yeah, yours is all out of order.
Yeah, I immediately mixed them up.
Yeah, it's the last page. What flaws did you take, Micah? Have you been working those out?
Mm-hmm.
Of course, I'm gonna want to know by the end.
I'm almost done. Well, I haven't done. If you want to hear them.
What's the top bonus for
Oh shit! I had like the chat be going. Shit! I completely did not see someone comment in the chat.
Have phobia, snakes, heights, foe from the past, community, and enemy. So that's 2 more enemies you can do.
So you put down one eye.
Yep.
And type physical. And you put the number 2. Damn, I missed that. I feel bad.
what did they say?
They try to get my attention in chat, but none of us were.
Yeah, we just doing our own thing.
Well,
Sorry.
I got a new follower, but I don't have it set to where it pops up, so I didn't see it because I was looking through the
Yeah.
books.
We're nerding too hard.
I feel bad. I really do. I didn't see it because I was having to jump between books. Damn.
Pour one out for old homie.
Yeah. Poor Nancy. There's Nancy something. Nancy Deal 84. Damn. I feel like a jackass. Well, keep pushing forward. So, one arm, one eye, overconfident, pack mentality, permanent wound, persistent parents. I'm gonna say no because I have to actually make your parents and keep it for that. Phobia.
I'm not.
It's a 1 to 3 trait flaw.
Okay. What would be like a third level?
So, okay. So, like, with a 1 trait flaw, you can make a willpower. You have to roll a willpower to challenge safely approach the object of your fear. If you fail, you must flee until it's out of sight. Although you can escape safely. A 3 trait flaw means you make a frenzy test instead of a 2 trait. Instead, like it's 2 lower.
Yeah.
And if you lose, you enter fox frenzy to get away,
Shit.
which means you will turn into lupus and bolt,
Bucket.
and you'll take hits to your renown for fox frenzy.
I might take a phobia of like a water or something.
Okay.
I don't know about like any water, like he ain't gonna swim
Right.
that kind of water, you know.
Yeah, so like not bathtub,
Yeah.
but like bodies of water.
Mhm.
You don't want to put you around water. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, if that's something you want to go with, just put. Is it going to be a 1 to 3 trait?
Maybe just with one.
Okay.
So it ain't too crazy.
Okay.
He's just like fuck that water.
So just do phobia water. Type will be mental and just put a 1. Reluctant warrior. Pierced veil. Means that you don't incite delirium in humans. So when you transform, people don't forget. They
Yeah.
just see it. Reluctant warrior. You loathe fighting, but you're a bum fighter, so it's not gonna fit.
I gotta go.
Short fuse. your rage masters you easily. You're at a 2 trait penalty on all frenzy tests, so where it's normally a 6, it's going to be a 4 to rage. You'll likely hurt a lot of people you care about thanks to your lack of self-control. Sign of the wolf. Your homage shape conforms to all traditional marks of being a werewolf. Your eyebrows grow together. You have hair on your palms. Your second and third fingers are equally as long. And during your moon, a pentagram may appear on your palms. Hunters and occultists will know what you are when they notice these signs. Soft-hearted. They have a strong sense of empathy, so seeing others suffer cuts you deep. Anytime you witness suffering, you must pay. Be more difficult to hire for all traits and challenge for the rest of the scene. Strict carnivore. You can only eat meat, which means you're rather conspicuous in human dining context. Taint of corruption. Your spirit is permanently corrupt. This is 7 points, by the way. You're going to be out to hang on. Ron hadn't actually settled on a flaw yet. This is a 7-point flaw.
What is it?
Taint of corruption. Your spirit is permanently corrupted, claimed by the worm as its own. Maybe you did something to earn this karma, or maybe you were a victim of powerful pain. In any case, Guru don't trust you. They don't want you around their cubs or their kinfolk or at their cards. The worm, however, is just the opposite. It's always giving you opportunities to join in on the winning side of the apocalypse, promising you hate and depravity. This fall is debilitating to play. Only staunch advocates like packmates can ease your isolation. Cleansing yourself of this taint is possible in theory, but the dangerous quests involved are more likely to kill you than heal you. You will be just outcasted. The only people that will deal with you will be these two, if that. It'd be hard to play that character because you're gonna be like, no one's gonna help you, no one's gonna want to work
Yeah,
with
it
you.
would be pretty tough.
Territorial. You claim a specific area as your turf, and you do not suffer fools to invade it. You don't even like to leave it yourself because while you're away, you can't protect it. Whenever uninvited guests stop by, make a frenzy check.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah. That's about it. So, that's pretty much a big list of.
Alright.
So, you've got 3.
I've got 2.
Okay, so you didn't put down. Oh, 1 eye. So you didn't put down
Yeah.
phobia.
Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. I
So-
don't have 1 eye in focus.
So you got 3 points.
John, thank you. Territorial. For my little homestead that I've got. And then the blindness. Or not blind, not totally blind, more the bad eyesight that can't be fixed.
Okay, so that's 6 points.
Yeah. And then the one where I hate my reflection.
That's what, intolerance?
I think so.
Okay, so the one that you're on, the one that's like makes you like fucking lose your shit and bust through, that's 3 points.
Okay.
So that'd be a total, you can only have 7 points in flaws.
Okay.
Territorial's 3, the unfixable eyesight is 3.
It can also be 2 though.
It can be a 1.
Maybe
When you put glasses on, it can be 1. But in Krenos, glasses don't really fit you very good.
Yeah, but we'll see.
So you can do the 1 point, that puts you at 4, and then you do the hatred of albinos, and that would be 7 points.
I think that'll do that.
So on this sheet right here, it'll say merits and flaws. And on flaws, you would write down, it should be like your 3rd
Yeah,
sheet.
I see.
You'd write down poor eyesight,
And an addiction,
What's
it's
your
just
reason?
1 point.
it's 1 or 3.
1, 3.
1 is cigarettes, or it's nicotine and alcohol for 1 point. 3 points would be like meth, coke, hard illegal substances.
Yeah. And there's no in between on 2. I got sex addiction, bro.
I'd call that a 1. I'd call that a 1.
Hand me mine. I'm fucking
Huh.
I'm gonna have to change something.
I don't take.
What if my intolerance was to fedoras?
Need 1 point intolerance.
Instead of doing the albinos, and then I'll keep the vision and I'll just be addicted to cigarettes.
Intolerance was power dislike for a certain thing makes it difficult to deal with it rationally. That's what you want to track down all challenges where you deal with that object of intolerance. It must not be trivial. There must be a good chance of encountering it when you play.
There's a pretty good chance we got it on the door.
But is that not trivial, fedoras? Seth, would you consider that to be trivial?
I mean, maybe if it was like in like the 30s or 40s where people wore hats like that a lot.
I feel like that'd be more commonplace because the only time you see fedoras nowadays is like at hipster bars and college campuses, which you don't seem to frequent because you're territorial. You hardly ever leave your manor.
An addiction would be like mental or
Yeah, mental. I'd call it mental. It doesn't really matter what mental. It's good to keep up with it.
So I've got 4. What would be another one that could be for 3?
3 points. You could do enemy like Micah. I had to differentiate the level between 1 to 5, so if you want to do 3 points enemy, 1 would be like another guru with a grudge. 5 would probably be a group of powerful enemies like a secretive pack of high-ranking black spiral dancers. So I could probably say 3 would be a group of hunters.
Nah, I ain't gonna put that extra bit.
Yeah.
I do you favor.
Driving goal, you're obsessed with doing the impossible. Some limitless goal directs your every effort, even though you can never fully achieve it. Redeeming the Black Spiral Dancer tribe, resurrecting the Croatians, destroying all vampires, what it is, it takes first priority in your life, above and beyond all of your goals and loyalties. You can suppress this drive for a sin by spending willpower.
What if I made my drive to make medicines accepted by all?
Make medicine to what?
Accepted by all the gurus.
Oh, for you. Ooh, for you to be accepted as a menace?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's goddamn impossible. Yeah. You would have to really be like, if they hated you, you would be doing whatever you could to make them like you.
I mean, I think that'd be kind of interesting.
I mean,
Was that 3, right?
it's a 3 points.
Okay, so territorial,
That's 3.
the
Nicotine,
nicotine,
4.
and then the other 3.
It'd be 7.
Yeah. Alright,
Okay.
then.
All right.
Alright, so what do I write down for this?
Jackal blood does sound fun though.
It does. Driving goal. You can just put that as mental and put 3 beside it. I need you to make notes. Yeah. I have to make note that yours is. Of course, like I said, we're going to have to role play it out.
And then addiction, and what is addiction?
We'll just put addiction in parentheses, put a nicotine. You're just sleeping good. All right, and how many points you got?
I'm at 4.
You're at 4 right now.
Yep.
Jackal's blood's 5.
Yeah.
So you would have to drop one of the 2 pointers.
Yeah.
Whether it be and you really want that eye patch.
Oh yeah. So that's what I'm thinking. Is like I could have just like the 2 flaws rather than just like a bunch of flaws.
Yeah. Easier to keep up with.
Yeah.
And the Jackal's blood I get to fuck with every game. Once every game.
Yeah. Yeah. Let me see that pencil. I'm gonna drop my addiction phobia and just do Jackal blood.
Okay. And Ryan, you got all yours down to a total of 7?
And then what do I can put those on what? Like
So-
I can add it to
So, this is where I need to pull that part up. 3 points. So this allows you to expand your character further. You can buy more backgrounds.
I already get the
Huh? Yeah, I'm pulling up a chart too so I can keep up with it. You can increase your attributes, your abilities, your backgrounds, your rage, your gnosis, and your willpower. They each have a cost. You have 22 points. I was like, what the fuck is that? Thought I was losing my damn mind.
So, what are some merits?
Okay. Pull that up. Mike, pull up the
So we get 22 points to
Typically, you start off with 15.
But you got
just pick
7
all these
because of your flaws. You can buy merits too, which gives you, it's like a feat, but Google. Yeah. I don't think there's a limit to how many merits you can buy. I don't think there's a cap.
As long as you can afford them.
Yeah.
This is the first time I haven't got metamorph.
Okay. Here we go. Merits are optional. You got the chart pulled up? Okay, complete list of merits.
What do you want to know?
So, I mean, Ron, do you want any merits?
I don't know what they are.
I can read some of these out real quick, and we'll try to wrap it up pretty quick. I'll read out the name if you like the sound of it, let me know. Acute sense, ambidextry, ancestral mentor, animal magnetism, bad taste, berserker, calm heart, cat-like balance, code of honor. Like I said, just stop me whenever something catches your eye. Combat expertise. This would be for all rooms only. That'd be for him.
Yeah, so what's that?
Years of combat experience has left you with a sort of sixth sense that helps you make a critical and potentially fatal mistake in battle. Once per session, you may make a single retest on any challenge where you're directly attacking a foe or a foe is directly attacking you. So, like, if you make an attack and you don't get any successes, once per game, you can re-roll it. Or if someone's attacking you and you're like, oh shit, you can make me re-roll it. Common sense. I will read this one because this is. Sometimes I make this mandatory. I used to make this mandatory.
Comes in more handy than you think with some people.
You have a strong intuition for caution and practicality. If you're about to do something risky, you can ask the storyteller to tell you outright if they think your action goes against common sense. New players who are unfamiliar with World of Darkness setting may find this particularly helpful to take.
How much does that cost?
1.
Is what I'm about to do retarded and
I'm
about
not
to get me
doing it.
killed.
Yeah,
And it's not once per game.
it's just yeah.
You can have like
That's useful.
concentration. So basically, in merit, just put. You can just put common sense 1 point.
By the way, I find it hilarious that that's one.
I think.
They know.
I think.
Yeah,
I think
they
it's
know.
fair. Ryan,
They
but
should've
you
put
also
a-
like common sense. You're just gonna take it in stride.
They should have put underneath it, man.
Common sense is a 1 point merit. It allows you to ask me anytime, multiple times per game, if I think this is a risky bad idea, and I can tell you if it's a good idea not to do it. Otherwise, I'm just gonna let you do it.
Yeah, sure.
So you have 21 points to spend instead of 22.
Okay.
Concentration. Danger sense.
What's dangerous?
You react to danger as if with a sixth sense you may act on your normal initiative even if you're surprised. Daredevil. Diverse fighting style. It's a 4-point merit for all runes only. The breadth of your training with different fighting styles makes you knowledgeable foe. You cannot be penalized for using unfamiliar or exotic weapons, and you can identify any weapon or fighting style you see and their weaknesses. As a result, you can identify their negative traits with a simple mental check against their. Like so, you can roll mental like 1 to 10, and you can figure out what they're doing. So I mean, it doesn't seem like it's that big of a thing.
Yeah.
Double jointed. Eidetic memory.
I
Enchanted.
had that one.
Did you take it?
Yeah.
Fair Glabro. When you're in your Glabro form, you don't take any negative social rolls. They've got it as restricted. I'm like, favor. Huge size.
What's huge size?
It's a 4-point cost. You're a giant. In Hammond shape, you're possibly 7 feet tall. As a wolf, you're just as formidable. You gain an extra bruised health level and 1 extra step in combat in all forms. As a result of your longest run, so you can move further. And so instead of having 1 bruised square, you have 2.
You're a big boy.
So like in human form, you're 7 foot tall, and your werewolf form, you're like 11. You'd be a scary goddamn hunter.
Yeah, it would be pretty scary. Well, that almost sounds really cool.
Bob always took it.
Yeah. I'm about to hand me that thing.
It's gonna be a huge freak.
Yeah, I'm gonna be a big old boy. Here, watch out. It's called what? It's
Huge size.
huge size.
Why would you do that?
It's 4 cost. Something for me.
That's barbed wire.
Yeah, I believe it. Spangle. He's not going. No. Oh shit.
Oh.
Oh, that's a space. Oh, that's a space.
You can tell something got hung too.
Because it kind of like pulled.
That's fucked up.
Yeah, the rest of the video is him just like sitting there like.
Yeah. Iron Will. That's 5 points. Jack of all trades, 5 points.
What's Jack of all trades?
You've done a little bit of everything and everything in your time. You pick up just enough knowledge about most topics to make yourself dangerous. Even when you do not possess an ability, you need to attempt an action like medicine to perform first aid, computer to hack a database, or spirit lore to understand a strange spirit. You can always make the attempt. You don't get any ability retest, but if you lose, you can spend a willpower point to avoid losing the trait. Well, that's for trait. The lose the point thing, that's for mind eye theater. But so basically, you can always attempt anything without the die.
Yeah.
Lightning calculator. That's weird. It lets you get bonuses to using math and numbers. That's weird.
Algebra.
Lack of scent. They take a negative to track you. Luck.
What's the luck?
Once in a while, it looks like you got the devil's own luck. Once per session, you may bid lucky to you're lucky to re-roll any failed roll.
I already got that right.
Yeah, because you got the jackal's blood, don't you?
Yeah. Then I got Jackal's blood, but then I have the rabbit foot
Yeah.
fetish. But that's kind of like the same thing.
That'd give you 2 attempts, but yeah. Well, but you can do the rabbit's foot multiple times. That's once per session. This is Metamorph. This is a 6-point merit. You control the shape of your body with a skill that's uncanny to other werewolves. You may change forms instantly without any without
Let's
roll.
went down to 6.
Yeah, it's a 6-point merit.
It used to be 7.
If you're not unconscious, you may win or tie a simple test to revert to whatever form you like. So you can roll to choose form.
I think you did.
But you don't have to spend a rage to transform.
I know. I might be changing some shit around. Because it used to be 7.
I've seen that. It's so cool about
Silver tolerance is 7. You get to ignore additional damage by silver. struggling for bone hours only. Through long hours of hard work, you occasionally pay a few bills. You can spend one, as long as you spend downtime working a crappy ass job, you can enjoy the benefits of 1 point of resources. You can't save the money you make. It all goes in immediate important expenses. If you miss a downtime, you lose your job and you have to start over.
Oh, dang. That's cool, though.
True love. There's not a lot of merits that people want to take. But how many did you take total?
I only took 2. I
So
think
you-
the common sense was big boy.
So you spent 5 points?
Yeah, I should have 17 now.
Yep. Alright. To the charts! To the charts! Also make sure I'm gonna check my chat. make sure
Hey,
I don't miss
Yandere did finish his game though.
Who did?
I'm sure he did.
He's been doing some final touches. You
Oh,
never
Yandere
heard
said what?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Yeah, it should
Yeah.
be pretty crazy.
Oh,
Should be out soon.
It's probably gonna be PC only though.
Yeah. Still, I mean, at least it's out there.
I don't have
It's just a conclusion of an internet saga.
Oh, no, don't worry.
We hope.
You're gonna get big on Twitch, and you'll be able to get your PC.
Well, dude, I've been watching somebody who's already made another Yandere game. It's on like 3.0 right now, so I'm like,
Yeah, but Yandere Simulator, though, we've been watching this shit for years grow.
I don't care about it no more.
I love it. I watched Markiplier play and I had the best time
It's
of my
like
life.
complete and utterly garbage. If he had done everything when he said, that would have been a fucking awesome
I'm still all here for it, man. Alright. I've almost got the chart pulled up and had to scroll really, really far.
You know, fucking, I'm not gonna turn around and get metamorphed this time. I'm just gonna roll with it.
You gonna take the chances like everybody else, man. I respect that.
Well, that and I won't be transforming as much.
I am your glass milker. You don't do that. You don't do that.
It's not that. I'll be shooting things and I'm about to take a decent amount of fetishes and shit. A bone knife does a lot of damage.
And I'll have to look at everybody's sheets and just kind of figure out stuff. And we'll have to work out your ally,
Yeah.
which I'm actually
Nice.
regularly.
One to ask Andy.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to read shit on that, and I don't have all the stuff transferred over to it.
Sure.
I do have all the stuff on my other computer. Would you mind if I wrote that shit down and brought it down here?
Yeah, that's fine.
Other than that, the only thing I needed was the rifle fetishes, which I can get from home. So
Yeah.
And so,
I'm done.
Let's hold it.
and we can add 15 points or
17.
17 points to whatever on here.
Yep, I'm about to pull up the chart of what you need for it.
But each thing counts or costs different stuff.
Yeah. So I'm gonna read out the cost list,
Oh.
and there are some limits to like what I'm gonna let, like what you can and can't have.
Yeah.
Okay. Ron, you ready to spend your free points?
Yeah.
Did you take any of that time?
Yeah, I took that one.
Common sense.
You
got
already got it
21
open,
points.
or I got the freebie thing?
I pulled it right here. Okay. To buy another point of attributes, which would be your strength, dex, all that.
Mm-hmm.
To add 1 point to one of those is 5 points.
Yeah.
Okay? To increase one of your abilities, which would be your talents, skills, or knowledges, 2 points per dot. To add more backgrounds, it's 1 per dot.
Get that shit done. And yes, I brought back Naomi, so I was hoping so hard that he would take it like Fury, and I would play her just piss him off the whole time.
To get a new gift, it's 7 points, but you can only get level 1 gifts.
Mm-hmm.
You can increase your rage 1 per dot. 1 point of XP per dot.
Mm-hmm.
Gnosis is 2 per dot. Willpower is 1 per dot.
Yeah, I had
So I mean,
points.
if you want me to pull up a calculator to help you out, I can.
17.
Yeah, I had to spend some points on the fucking Gnosis guy, didn't it? 6
Yep.
points.
Yeah.
The third is need fucking.
Yep.
I actually have.
So
I found a little
what's
thing.
Gnosis do?
So Gnosis is what helps you to slip in and out of the Umbra.
Mm-hmm.
It's used to activate your fetishes.
And for some gifts, you actually have to spend a dot.
Yep. you would, and you wouldn't lose the dot, but like that little check boxes under there, you mark it to show that you spent it. And you can regain gnosis by meditation and other ways.
You have the difference between gnosis rolls and using it to activate it.
Yes.
And you can never go to 0 gnosis, so then you wouldn't have like any spiritual power. No, it's rage you can't go to 0. And then you can transform some sort of too far.
No, that's right. Here, Clive. Okay. So at Clive, you can't have more than 5 rage, gnosis, or willpower.
Can't have more than 5?
Cannot have more than 5 rage, gnosis, or willpower.
Okay, the highest I got is 4.
Okay. When it comes to
So there's something you gotta check. You said if we have above 4 in anything up there.
specials.
Yeah. So what is that?
I would like look more into it because I couldn't find it. And I'm trying to like get everything through here.
Yeah.
But like for like, I think it's either $4 or $5. I'll have to look at it.
That's fine.
Uh,
What do you think?
Ryan, did you hear the the XP cost?
Mm-mm.
Okay. I'm gonna wrap this up. Oh yeah. Does anyone need another pencil?
I lost my pencil.
Oh.
Oh, there it is. Not I took it.
Yeah, I lost mine.
Yours is right there.
All pencils accounted for.
Thank God.
Hey, one of those ones.
Yeah, this man needs one of those pencils. Alright.
Yeah, I lost mine. I took his, and I guess he took.
I didn't even
his.
notice it. I was like, where's the pencil?
Where's my fucking pencil?
Yeah.
Alright, so to increase any attribute that you have,
Okay.
it's 5 per dot. You can't have more than 11 in one category.
Okay.
Damn, if you have that.
And I have what?
So like you have 7, 5, and 3.
Yeah.
So,
no,
like-
no, I'm saying like how many points do I have left? Just 6,
You
right?
you have 21 total
Okay.
because you only spent 1 for Mary.
Okay.
He's got 17. Mike has already burned all his.
Okay. Right.
So it's 5 per attribute. For your abilities, it's 2 per dot. Backgrounds, it's 1 per dot. If you want to buy another gift, it's 7 per gift, but it's for level 1 gifts only. Rage and willpower are 1 per dot. You can't have more than 5 rage, gnosis, or willpower. And
Yeah, I don't have any willpower.
I forgot to give you yours. I'll give you yours.
Okay.
Because you're
So it's 1 for those.
1 for willpower, 1 for rage, 2 for gnosis.
Okay.
You're a silver fang, right?
Yeah.
Willpower 3.
What about for a bone roll?
4. I mean, Jesus Christ is the fucking bottom of the pecking order. You gotta have that strong will.
That's funny. Holy Silver Fang 3. So did I. So does the last one.
Well, I mean, I like that we got a little bit of a different setup. You've got Silver Fang, and you've got 2 real urban. And he didn't take hubris, so he's not gonna be looking down 7 as much.
Well, I already got looked down on. I'd be kind of dumb if I looked down.
Hey, you met us.
That's the fun thing. Glasswalkers never look down on bone knowers.
No, because they're useful.
But they understand. It's like,
They're useful.
yeah,
Y'all work together.
we ain't gonna go down there where you're at. We understand you doing useful shit.
You doing your thing, we ain't gonna bother you.
You coming to my house to take me back, that's non-negotiable.
I can't wait for
Dirty ass motherfucker.
I can't wait for the first session when y'all meet your set. I've spent so many hours crafting those guys. I think you're gonna like it. They're all eccentric as shit.
This is the most time I've spent crafting like rides and all that other shit. I found somebody who had like it's not a build, there was like suggestions on how to play each
Yeah.
hospice.
I just
I found theirs was pretty good.
Like I prefer like you making your character. I know when we play with our older, everybody like maxed out to be like strong characters. I like people who make their stats to be a character and play that character. Not like, oh, I'm gonna be the toughest son of a bitch. You're actually making a character, and I appreciate that a lot more.
See, that's why I didn't get Metamorph. Dude, just look at my physicals. And
So-
you can see you're so far away.
So I dropped 5 on intelligence.
Even if I
did
transformed,
3.
I would not be a powerhouse.
And then I dropped another 5 on charisma to get my charisma up to 4.
Okay.
And then I did 1 in alertness, 1 in athletics, 1 in brawl,
60.
and then 1 in primal urge,
18.
and then 1 in rage and 1 in willpower.
Okay. How much rage did you have?
No, I didn't put 1 in rage. I put it in willpower.
Okay.
That's 3 and then I have 4 willpower.
Okay.
And you don't know the special things.
Not off the top of my head. I'm going to have to look into that a little bit more. But I will have it. If we have to take a little bit of time before the first game session, we can do it. Because all specialties do allows you, if you roll a 10, you get to re-roll it. Like so, you'll get your success, and then you can re-roll it for another success.
I don't know, I get to reroll anything with Wits, and that works in a bunch of my rituals, so that might be a thing.
That's the only
What are you doing, boy?
I don't know if rituals get specialties.
No clue. This is literally my first time using
Jesus
it.
Christ, 4 fucking fetishes. God damn. God damn, Micah. God damn.
I told you, man.
Are you taking 4 level 1s?
I don't know yet.
Okay. Because if you do 1 level 4, we're gonna have to scrutinize a little bit.
I highly doubt I am going to.
We want to scrutinize a little bit. And you took 4.
What does Razor Claw do?
So that's the one that you
Plus,
spend. It's either spend a gnosis or. What am I guessing? I just fucking. Fuck shit. Fuck shit.
I'm gonna guess that it's the Gnosis. Personally, I'm gonna
think,
guess.
but
I think spin Gnosis, you straight put it
I
across
think it's
and
gnosis.
you get, I want to say it's +1, but I'm not gonna.
Spend a rage point.
Oh, okay, I was wrong.
So you spend a rage point, and it takes a whole turn because you're raking your claws. It takes full turn sharpen the claws. All claw attacks do additional 2 dice of damage, and it's made at a -1 difficulty. So instead of difficulty 6 to hit with claws, hit 4 or 5.
Yeah. Okay, I might spend 7 to get that.
Okay.
So you guys beat up people, I'm not the support.
You're gonna shoot people.
Yeah, but that's
Are you gonna? I have to get.
what?
Well, like, was you thinking about doing Fistful of Thunder?
Just 2. When I can,
That's the one where you just
take
use the unlimited clip.
because that's fucking awesome. It's only level 2 and it's still one of my favorite gifts.
And you're gonna take 4 level 1 rights or like equivalent.
Probably because even like right now, like I get we're class, we're small,
Yeah.
but there's still a bunch of like level 1 that See, I looked at some of the RP stuff and like your role in the self, the thirds, right of binding, summoning,
Yeah.
purification, talisman binding. Those are all small level 1s.
Yeah.
You ain't expected to do anything big until you kind of get
Alright.
I did, I
Woo.
used, of my 17, I did 7 for Razor Claw,
10.
did 4 for,
You want to get up here with this
to
movie?
add 2 to the Genosis.
Alright, so that leaves you. So how many you spend in Gnosis?
I just gave it 2.
Okay, so that leaves you with 8.
And then I did
He can sit down there with you.
2 points into larceny.
Okay.
So that leaves me with 2, right?
Yes.
And then I did 1 point onto streetwise.
I think I actually put some in the horse.
And that's all.
So that's all. That's the last 8 points. Yeah. Because you did 4 skills.
Fucking thief.
He's a fucking hobo.
Don't shoot my horse.
Man,
But you're an honest fucking hobo because you didn't take any subterfuge. You ain't a liar.
He can break into shit, but he ain't quiet about
And
it.
you
I grabbed your ass. I grabbed your ass.
You took 2 points of allies. Alright, Ryan, what'd you do with yours? What'd you do with yours? What points did you spend?
Oh. Alright, I put 1 in
Intelligence.
intelligence.
That's 5.
Yeah. And then 1 in charisma.
10.
Yep. And then 1 in alertness.
12.
1 in athletics.
14.
I think 1 in brawl.
16.
And 1 in primal urge.
18.
And then 1 in willpower.
19.
And then the merit.
You remember it was a 1 point.
Yeah,
That's 20. That's side 1. So
Yeah,
it's
1
for
point.
another one in willpower.
Yeah. As long as it's not over 5.
That puts me at 5.
Alright. Hell yeah. Straight up. She'll write your name down, so I know whose sheets are whose. You said allies. Just want to see what yours is. I really need to stay on these together. So if you have 4 in melee,
Yeah.
I gotta look and see. I'm gonna look into specialties. Ron, do you have anything over 4 in anything?
No.
Successfully on the one there. Alright, you had 2 in ally success, so you've got 2 allies, both of moderate power, basically like a district ranger or deputy sheriff.
Yeah.
So people of that equivalent. Do you got any idea what you would? I mean, that kind of level of power.
Yeah.
Deputy sheriff kind of sounds cool.
Yeah. I mean, it could be someone who like. I mean, I live on the street, so imagine I've been picked up once or twice.
You made friends with a fucking
Yeah, so it could be like a regular who knows me.
one of the big cops.
Yeah. Just like a fucking boy right there.
Alright, definitely do a.
And then maybe I had the idea for like maybe someone who runs like a soup kitchen or something. That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah.
But I wouldn't know like
I mean, if they like.
who they'd be that spend their time to the community running a soup kitchen.
I mean, that's.
Because
Because I mean, you're not trying to pull like a big power play.
Yeah.
You're pulling someone that would be like, that would see the people that come and go.
He's a hobo trying to take over the city.
Hey.
I mean, that works if you want to do like one of the deputies and someone who runs a soup kitchen, not just one that works, but someone who
Right, yeah, that's what they do. They're like free time. It's like, oh yeah.
that like
Help
their
the
overall
community.
thing. Yeah.
Could be like a attorney or something maybe. They just in their free time like, yeah, this is what we do.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think an attorney wouldn't be too high up.
Yeah, because I didn't want someone too crazy, but
Yeah, because like
maybe some.
because a 3 would be the equivalent of like newspaper editor or a philanthropist. So I could see an attorney and a deputy. So I mean, if you want to flush them out, and give them, or if you want me to make them, kind of just.
I mean, I could maybe flesh them out, but I feel like you'd have a better idea of how they could fit into the story.
Yeah, I mean, if you give them like when I say flush them, like if you give them a personality,
Yeah.
I can spit them in anywhere. I mean, you ain't gotta have it right now. I mean, I know I'm like, you know, on the
Oh,
spot.
it wouldn't be too hard. I mean, like deputy. I mean,
Develop your character now.
yeah.
Flex
Like,
your
why would
backside.
he give a shit about Ho-Oh? Maybe he was an orphan. You know, maybe he can kind of get sympathize with like that kind of lifestyle or something.
It's kind of about the time Cody killed a bunch of orphans.
He killed, no, they were a bunch of hobos.
hobos, yeah.
Yeah, he killed a bunch of hobos.
Hobo orphans.
He used one of his powers to make him run like a mile or some bullshit.
More than a mile.
I forgot.
He made them run like across the whole fucking city.
And like most of them died,
Mm-hmm.
and he enslaved.
They
the
died
rest
of
of them.
exhaustion. He ran them to death.
And he enslaved like what, 4 was left or something.
One survived.
And he enslaved that.
He turned him into a ghoul.
Cody's special.
Okay, I got it then.
He turned him into a.
So the deputy, right? He's a big old boy. He's too good. He's too nice for his own good. That could kind of be like his personality.
Okay.
So I wouldn't call him gullible, but he's got a soft heart for like them people.
Okay. Yeah, this works. I'm gonna jot this down.
Yeah,
I'm
and
gonna
then
jot this down.
the attorney, he's probably like a public defender. So he's not like a crazy law firm attorney, but he's still he's used to representing people that he might see in a soup kitchen like that.
Okay. Thank you. Like, that's what I was trying to, like, in my head I was like, district attorney. No, that's not it. And then you're like, public attorney. That's
Public defender.
Yeah.
That's what I was fucking thinking of.
So I can see how those, they're who they are, like, attorney and cop. That sounds like it'd be something, but then you just have like a big good old boy cop who like, don't do too much more than ride around his patrol car, and then public defender who just like isn't that much of an attorney. I thought that.
That I could look.
I'm
not
also
doing
either
it.
did city kitchen. Like, I can see a public attorney doing a city kitchen. but
Yeah.
This just makes it look good.
Yeah.
They just gotta say like, just throw some money for the suit. I don't even have to fucking work. Work it. Just like,
Yeah.
see, look at this shit I sponsor, man.
Yeah, he helps run it, or
Helping
he
the
sponsors
homeless,
it, yeah.
get them some fresh food.
Deputy Lance Witt.
Why?
Yeah, that took a while.
Yeah, the werewolf's no joke.
That's awesome. Oh my god.
The new Galaxy Fold 3 can run Dolphin.
Alright, and the public defender is Oliver Newman.
Oliver Newman. Heck yeah.
And I'll probably like add a little bit more to him to give him a little bit of depth.
Yeah.
But go ahead and we'll wrap up the stream.
Bye bye.
Bye everyone. Oh Lord. My box, no!